Good evening, everyone. It's Sparks here, back for more Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to be continuing with the main scenario and just seeing what will happen. So, without further ado, come on, there we go. A Dawn Servant Selector? Ah, I thought you were a new face of town. Here for the right succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits the throne, so long as they keep Thrall around. Yeah, people tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our relaxing mezcal once arrows and spheres start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is joy doubled, I say. Sorry, I'm not interested. Oh, right, yes. You were asking about the Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. Okay. Also, don't be surprised if you hear me chewing on something. I woke up from a nap. I had a nap as soon as I got home from work and just woke up. So I'm going to be having my dinner right during the early part of the stream. Electors. Oh yes, I've heard all about the right succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoraljah. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. And the thousands come, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. I've also been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. You can't purchase something. No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no sport of Zoraljah or his policies. Wow. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous dogs may tend to spit on you. That stuff stinks. I went to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Okay, so it sounds like Tobley is the man that we need to speak to. Oh, I nearly forgot about something. I'll deal with that in the morning. It's, I took some side quests as a Pictomancer, to try and help level it up. I forgot to turn them in. I can do that in the morning, though. Or after stream. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal. And a stack of blankets. And then there was this enchanting ornament. I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. A car shouldn't be able to jump. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. Can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't know which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Yeah, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Toby a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone who he might think might be Toby. Let's ask him some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Huh? Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. I think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promisor Entourage. Sharp instinct. Shall we commence the right of succession then? Nah, it's too obvious. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Let's see, we're both done with our interrogation. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions. Let's hear your pick. The diligent ranch hand. Ah, the worker is so intent on stable chores. I have my eye on that one too. We must mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We tell Blade to prove it. I propose a deal. Generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. Gotta accept. As you would quickly guess, I am indeed Tobley. Haha! Head ledger of Watchin' Pelu and head rancher of the family ranch. I'm also one of Gulu Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! I have a place featured in the Tulio saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts. I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. Yeah, we got it right.
Deducing the Dawntrail elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
It's cheating to use our...
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
Mm-hmm. Guess wrong, guess wrong, guess wrong. In the middle of a goddamn cutscene, too. God damn it. Now we have to wait. It's bloody stupid is what it is. I'm gonna update this outfit soon. I have a feeling the one that gave it away supports Zeral. I'll be skipping through all the dialogue until we get to the one we were at.
Right.
Great. The entire game crashed there. That's just perfect. You know, it's a good thing that it's easy enough rebooted. It's just annoying that this keeps happening in the middle of cutscenes. Like, it's so annoying trying to reboot things. Come on. Especially because I go to the back of the queue anytime that this does happen. Apologies if there was any sort of disconnection there. The internet, I think, had a hiccup. Now, where were we? Come on. Load for me. Right. Now please don't crash again.
Deducing the...
Right. Zorolja.
I am...
You...
You can see us talking to one, and one of them gives it away with his facial expression. Like, if their goggles weren't slightly see-through, he wouldn't have figured it out. Although that person clearly
Yeah,
supports
totally.
him.
Without even asking a single... Without amusing prologue out of the way. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column.
I think I have a good one. Cool.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Oh my god.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Good point.
Bring out the example!
The example.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal third promised?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah!
Ah!
The little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit. as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Ah!
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
Okay.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
Yep.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Oh.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Because if you can't even get a wild animal to listen to you.
Very well. This won't take long.
Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Hello.
Are you all right, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Ah!
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
And we got our challenge. Certainly an interesting challenge. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm glad it waited until the cutscene was over at least. But fucking hell. Has there been another DDoS attack? Did somebody decide, fuck you to everyone who plays this game, and launch another attack the day before the new expansion opens to the general public? Trying to ruin things for the people who are playing it in early access. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous. Alright. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. Would you mind taking a sniff from me just to make sure the stench has ruined my sense of smell? I saw that look. Oop, and we leveled up. Woo. Now, the thing about leveling up right now is whenever it happens, we are going to switch classes as long as the story quests stay below level. As Wicklebot helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch them will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I'm enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. You have to... Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They'll come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel. In the thousands column. 10,000. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1,000,000 gil! Are you... the fuck? Maybe if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? Then 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000, so we're looking at 100 times more. I packed and got confused with Alphino's 1,000,000 gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talking into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. I'll go and, Mablin. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guide the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wiklamak goes alone to capture Alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray, let's see about getting you that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although Sparks, I think you should go with Woklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Yeah, that's fair. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in any way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. I'll leave the wool with Sparks anyway. They're better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Cool. Alright, I should change classes, though, for a moment. Let's see, what class should we... Because it's the one that I'm going to be giving the gear to, I'm going to change to Scholar for now. Because, yeah, we're going to swap out the gloves for whatever we get from this. Do not like the boots, though. May have to glamour those later. If we don't get new ones soon. Hello. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming cells to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? This basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what do you want? It would help if we knew what you want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for our third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. You say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zerljah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Bastard. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. I mean, it could. Merchants would be able to travel more freely. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamot. The younger ones, though, to them strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They make themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They have become obsessed with innovation like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Maplu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yaku ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn servants, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. The type of mezcal the Soundmaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas. I won't give up with the piece of Tuliala on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn's servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver. Balnuk was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. I wonder what he'd be willing to sell to us, though. Oh, right. We can't fly right now, because unfortunately, in order to fly, you need to have enough ether currents, and at present, we only have half. And I just saw some side quests. Take all side quests for the experience. And the reason why I'm actually choosing to level other classes here is because I fully expect there to be role quests, and I want to have all my classes at level for them. Why, hello there. Tell me, friend, you're not curious about the vibrant carmine hue of our traditional wear? A shade this vivid can only be brought out through the application of an aged-old dyeing technique. Help me on and I'll tell you all about it. The hill southwest of here, which you can reach by exiting from the nearby gate, there are a few spots where sapped nodocactor are commonly found. I would like you to collect precisely 2 of them for me. Worry not, I've prepared these 2 remarkably thick sacks that should get the job done. I appreciate your assistance. Okay. Yeah, I've already explored this area thoroughly to get all of the ether currents. I'll be doing that with other areas off camera. But because this one I did while I was waiting for cues to pop. Ah, you must be the artisan for Tuliolo. You're right on time. The damage the caravan sustained from the storm must be evaluated as soon as possible, so I must ask you to begin your inspection immediately. I'm sure you know this well enough, but be sure to check whether any of the frames have been cracked, cavities ripped, or the balloons on either side punctured. We cannot move the caravan until we know they are safe. Have care while inspecting the caravans. You will find caravans stopped throughout the settlements. You need but inform me when you're finished. Okay. These mistook me for somebody I'm not, but I don't mind helping. Also, using balloons to make the caravans lighter is actually a really good idea. We carefully examine the balloon, but are unable to identify any punctures or tears that might prevent travel. It does bug me how sprint... You have to wait for it when you're outside of certain areas. Like, why does it have to wait this long? You notice water pooling in the caravan's interior. If it's not moved swiftly, the floor's integrity may be compromised. Okay. Carefully examine every element of the caravan, but discover no issues of note. Of note implies there might be a small issue, like the paint scuffed or something, but nothing that's worth getting in a fuss about. The canopies fastenings appear to be coming loose. While this will not impede the caravan's ability to travel, repairs would undoubtedly lead to a more enjoyable journey for its passengers. Ma, you did a wonderful job, though it seems some of the caravans will need slight repairs. I'm relieved to hear the damage was not significant. By the way, an artisan claiming he'd been beckoned all the way from Tulial to assist with inspections came to me moments ago asking for work. I was in such a hurry to have the caravans examined that I mistook you for him. Please forgive me. I'm just grateful you were kind enough to heed my request. The caravans are an innovation of Koana's. During his studies across the salt, he encountered something called a chocobo carriage, and had these designed in their image. By attaching the balloons on either side, the caravans are lifted to the air, becoming light enough for alpacas to pull. It's an immensely helpful innovation, allowing us to tread the steep mountain roads throughout Tuliala more safely and swiftly than ever. Thanks to you, we are one step closer to having our caravans ready for such travels once more and returning to a sense of normalcy. Well, you're welcome. Now we just need to make our way to the southwest to look for whatever enemy it is that they want us to fight. If it is indeed an enemy, or if it's just picking up something, then we'll do that as well. Like, it makes no difference to me what the circumstance is. Although, I should eat something. Oh, we're just collecting from cactus. Oh no. It got away. As you force the knock to sack, you notice a red substance clinging to its cuticles. Our chocobo's fighting whatever that is, but we'll probably abandon it when we get far enough away from them. Yep. There we go. Now we go return this. The main reason why I'm choosing Scholar, by the way, is the fact that it also levels up Summoner. And obviously, leveling up 2 classes at once, or 2 roles at once, helps with us saving time for when it comes to eventually doing any of the role quests once those become unlocked. Ooh, Silver Lobo chasing us. Well, sucks to be that Lobo, because we are running. Hello, Pavli. Is the bulge in those sacks what I think it is? I don't know, what do you think the bulge is? Wonderful, my friend, wonderful. Frail as I am, I could never have hoped to carry back these oversized succulents. As agreed, I will share with you the secret of our dyeing technique. Tell me, do you notice the little bits of red on their cuticles as you packed them into the sacks? It's nothing to be alarmed about, but those are in fact parasites. Once infested by the vilekin, the Noctocactor gradually weakened. Eventually they wander away from their prickly peers and settle in the southwestern hills. Though it's not quite clear this migration is of their own volition. When we found a Noctocac completely sapped of strength, we brushed the parasites, ailing it into a bag, dry them, and finally crush them to extract the carmine within. I'm sure using insects to create dye must seem unusual. When living in parched lands with sparse vegetation, one must develop a deep and rich understanding of all that is available. Deep and rich, like the red of our dye. Honestly, that's not that weird to me. For years, purple was made using crushed snails. Which is why anything made that was purple colored smelled horrible. Oh, have we found him already? No? No, there's a bunch of other people. The spot. After Pollock talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikovlo's Inn. Most visitors to watch on Pelu end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Oh, my companion. I should feed it. I should also stop off at a market at some point to pick up a thing to, be able to upgrade it further. Make it stronger. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright, we're here. Oh, you found him. Nice. Can I have that basket, Sparks? Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Well, Doc, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Though I promise you, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Please say yes. I see. So the goal is to turn the basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Now allow me to invest in your efforts. Yee. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I prefer that one pledged to preserve that peace with the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bulnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your fortune dealings. Okay, that's good. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. All because Sparks remembered our Weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading. One which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I think so. Now, let's take our 500 Pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. I love how it's a trading game. Here, Spark, you take the poncho. If I lost it somewhere, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next dealing is waiting to be found. Oh my god! Success. You have traded a 100 Pel basket of alpaca wool for 500 Pel wool poncho. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy. We should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places. We could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? La Mamaja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamaja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movement. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamaja carrying arms can be struck off the list. That one's got a weapon. That one's got a weapon. This one looks like the one we need. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Ooh, we might have a winner. Ho there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? Was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. It was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a tool maker from Tuliolol and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho! This will be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I value it at 1 Pel in the thousands column. Ooh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. I could promise owner of Miplu's a garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. And he just gave us our next target. Oops. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. The way she flinches every time alpacas are mentioned. These ones will be the calm type, right? I assume so. Woo! Trade a 500 Pel wool poncho for a 1,000 Pel hatchet. Away. Hello, Maplu. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. That's better. We're doing well. Right. We still need to figure out other things, but... let's see. Okay, if a quest gives us a hat, it'll go to fending. And if it gives us boots, it's going to striking. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mabu is so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Away. Oh! Look at them! Look at their little hearts! Please don't spit, please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tyrol? Yeah, I can. But look at us. Look at them. Oh, this is adorable. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Okay, I like that the camera changed. Walk some more. Wasn't that the name? A forbidden sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yaku. Okay, so we'll be going up there later. So Mabu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. Becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, that'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Oop, yep, so we are. And off go the alpacas. We made it, without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to XIV's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads of travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. Yeah, children should be allowed to pursue their own goals. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle, if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuklamot's way with people, we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. You have that little axe for me? Thanks, now let's see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I have you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands, called the same price as the hatchet. This will bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I miss, Mistress Miplu, it's harvest season, that's not. Does not the man for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed a season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good grace. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wooklamot. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons. Ourselves will be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Sparks and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Okay, that's easy enough done. Oh, and before I forget, portraits. I think I acquired better jewelry for them, or something. Oh, wait. My other... Yeah, the other ones of these need to be updated further. Hold on a moment. Astrologian and Sage. And then back to Scholar. I love the way I've done these portraits. They look so pretty. And show off our gear, which is what I want. What is mate, anyways, here? I know what mating is, but not mate the plant. I'm sure I could find out if I looked it up. Shame we're doing this by hand, without tools. We could do it with tools, but... you know. Oh, also... my chocobo can be fed again. There may be more quests to get unlocked in places later. Miplu, hello. You brought me some leaves then? Yep, here you go. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fare before I make any decisions, though. Here, we brought our share as well. Thank you for your promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 Pelu in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. With regards to the rename to Allied Society, I fully accept the Pelu to be one of the groups that we interact with later. Though we'll see. Blue, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. Then I need your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobley to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Toral's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? We try to trade our tea leaves? Ah, it's tea! Okay. For something halfway to 10,000 Pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoralja? Of course I am. I'm Will Clement of the Dawn's Promise, after all. I mean, you're not wrong. They did add lion women to this expansion. Though lion men were added previously, and the previous expansion added bunny men, which were added in a previous, where bunny women were added in a previous expansion. So, yeah. And we've always had cat boys, so, and girls. Success, you trade 1,000 Pel hatchet for 5,000, yep. Still, it is good to see more options for people. This is true. This is very true. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It's nice to see some varying culture and differences. After all, we're on a whole new continent. Having different things like that is great. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Oop, wait. Why did I summon? I didn't even see that quest just pop up there. Accept. Hello there, I hear you're a traveler from across the salt. Just the person I need to assist me. I wish to expand trade beyond the borders of Toral, and so I've been planning to export mate tea. The problem, however, is mate's reputation for being something of an acquired taste. My solution was to blend mate leaves with some of our local specialties, and your foreign palate would be perfect to test them. One of our brewers has already prepared a batch in the relaxation. Why not go and speak with her? This will get us a bracelet, which... I'm surprised. Yeah, in fairness, I will say that from looking at the race options, the female Hrothgar have suffered the same fate as female Rogadin, in that their faces are different, and they have different skins, but their body types are very similar to humans. They, like, the male Hrothgar have a slight hunch that gives them a distinct profile. Female Hrothgar don't really have that. Their profile is just very similar to every other female race. Which is a shame. I would have liked if they had something that made them more distinct. Other than just, you know, lion faces. But, it is what it is. You have one here to try our new blends. I prepared 3 for you to sample. I believe there's nothing more telling the expression one makes when they sip their first cup of an unfamiliar tea. So go on, have a taste. But please stay where I can see you. Oh, fruity blend. You taste a hint of acidity, perhaps citrus. It complements the natural mellow made tea well, serving to create a soothing mixture. Notes of honey and vanilla tickle your tongue. A delightful blend. It may very well have wide appeal in the Eorzea and beyond. You detect a light bitterness behind the full-bodied, earthy flavor of this blend. It's quite unique, but will surely have its admirers. I can see from your expression how much you enjoyed each of the blends. As the one who personally brewed them, I am truly honored. If you have a favorite among the selection, please let Poppily know. I mean, if it's me, I'm gonna say the fruit one. I do enjoy fruit teas, even if I can't really have them anymore, because I can't really seem to find a decaf fruit tea that doesn't taste weird. You're back. I take it you've tried each of the blends. Tell me, which one was your favorite? Definitely the fruity blend. I'm thrilled you like it. I thought perhaps people would enjoy something with a more refreshing flavor. Try mixing in fruits from Dawntrail. Your perspective has been a great help, my friend. I thank you for your... this. Though mate tea can be found anywhere in Twirl, there's no guarantee that it will enjoy the same popularity in foreign lands. Let's experiment and innovate if we are to capture new markets. A fair point. And we just got a new item. Okay, what bracelets are needed? Right now, well, to be honest, healing needs all the help it can get. For everything. Because I have been neglecting it. In fairness, healer is, out of all the classes, my least or roles, rather. Yeah, healers are my least favorite to play. I don't like having people dependent on me keeping them alive. I prefer getting to be the one that goes punchy punch, hitty hit. Ooh, we've got 2 new quests over there as well. We should go do them before we continue with the main scenario. Whole balance patch upsets me. Especially Monk. Monk was my first class, so I haven't actually gotten a chance, but I've since changed from it. So I haven't gotten a chance to see how it's changed and experiment with that. They removed Dot. removing damage over time abilities is not the biggest thing I can imagine. That is actually a pretty good thing, in fairness. It's kind of, to be honest, that is slightly going back a bit to the days when you had a special buff ability that you could like activate, and it would stay on until you activated a different one, and you had to think about when to use which one. I guess we'll have to wait and see how it works, but honestly, it's a good idea to, if you have any issues with anything, and you've had a chance to experiment with it, it is a good idea to actually voice your opinion on these things, because Square Enix do actually listen to people, and do try and make things better in future patches and expansions. So it's always a good idea to let them know how you feel. I mean, that's how we ended up with a lot of classes getting some rejigging that has made them a bit better. And easier. Like, oh. I don't know how long you've been playing this, but I know when I first started playing, Monk had a thing called Grease Lightning, which would always come in, and it was hard to keep track of, because you basically have to keep hitting and constantly be on the move and attacking, otherwise you'd lose it and your DPS would drop. So, I don't know. I guess I'll have to see how this works when I do get the chance to next play Monk. Familiar face. Are you perchance a traveler? I'll have to experiment with it myself when I get the chance. And see how it works. Oh, an unfamiliar face. Are you perchance a traveler? If so, I dare say you could not have timed your visit any better. Tell me, do you know of the hot spring managed by the Pelu? My master will soon be performing a traditional dance of the Mamulja there. I can't join him once I've closed my stall for the day. If you're interested in seeing it for yourself, simply head to Panag Pelu Retreat, south of here, and look for a dancer carrying himself with poise and grace. I will. Well, I guess I'll have to experiment with it when I get the chance. Right now, I'm focused on Viper as my melee DPS, Scholar as my healer, Summoner as my magical DPS, Machinist as my physical range DPS, and was it Gunbreaker I was using for my tank? I think it was, yeah. Excuse me, sir, do you have a moment? Please, I need your help. I'm a craftsman come to discuss a new project with a client, but I seem to have lost my lucky charm along the way, my dear doll. I'm afraid how the meeting may turn out without it. The last time I saw it was a Pelu retreat. Maybe it fell out when I was gathering my things. I'll be my client in just a moment, but it wouldn't do to be late. It wouldn't do to be late. I realize this is some, but would you find my doll for me? I'll delay the meeting for as long as I can. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, this is like the worst one to get. That's better. Onwards, Argos! I know you're used to flying everywhere, but we have to walk. God, it's been a while since I've actually properly played Monk. I recently was playing it for the purposes of getting it to level 90 before Dawntrails launched. But I don't think I was really properly paying attention to it that much. Your interest in traditional bathing dance? I am honored. It would be my pleasure to show it to you. But to truly appreciate it, first you must understand the purpose behind each movement. The dancer steps before the spring and pours its purifying water over their body thrice, cleansing skin of grime, mind of thought, and joints of ache. Only when they are in perfect condition may the dance begin. Come, I will show you. The bathing dance is under no circumstances allowed in the public springs. Those who do not comply will be escorted out and banned from further entry. The stimulation is simply too much for the other guests. I'd be happy to have someone escort you to one of our private springs, where you may perform the dance to your heart's content. What? I was unaware of such a rule. Very well. It's regrettable that I can't demonstrate Mamelja traditions before an audience. But better that I dance in private than not at all. I am sorry you came all this way for nothing, my friend. Would you be kind enough to let my pupil, Bojilja, know that I will be performing in seclusion? Aww, that's a shame. The basket is completely empty. You open the lid and look inside, but the doll is nowhere to be found within. Obviously it was going to be on the shelf. You look at a small pouch behind the shelf. Inside you find an adorable doll, a warm smile adorning its face. This appears to be the missing item. Alright, mount time. Also not the best one for when you don't have flight. Come on. Torgal! And the best part about him? You can pet the good boy. If they didn't let you do that, I would have been sad. Whenever there's a dog in a game, they should always be pettable. Oh dear, forgive me, I didn't realize the dance has been forbidden in the public springs. Well, this way to perform it, following graceful footsteps of the most experienced and most handsome of all my master's pupils. Ah, Bojilja, how I miss him. He left Toral many years ago, saying he would make a name for himself as a mercenary across the salt. I hope he is well. That is neither here nor there. I must thank you for relaying Master's message to me. I will join him in the private springs when I have finished up here. It's unfortunate you cannot witness the dance today, but hopefully one day soon you will have the opportunity to behold the glory of our sacred dance. Okay. That's one more upgrade done. You. Were you able to find it? Yep, here it is. Oh, thank goodness, a precious doll. I won't let it out of my sight again. We Pelu became merchants after Gulu Jaja bestowed a great kindness upon our people to help achieve his goal of fostering amity between clans. This doll's bright smile serves as a reminder to uphold the ideal, spread happiness through trade. I have no doubt that you, being the kind-hearted individual that you are, will enjoy great fortune and happiness in your future business endeavors. I truly can't thank you enough for your help. Woo! I'm imagining the first dungeon that will be unlocked in this game, in this expansion, will be unlocked at level 71. Because that has been, or 91 rather. Because that has been the trend for every previous expansion. You get one level up, and then you unlock the next bit of, the next raid. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery sparks, perhaps Wilklamont could do the same at the village entrance. Maybe I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolo. I haven't come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. Take a small sip, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so outlets to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshment during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our agreement. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's a field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus drive up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. You can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the things they love. True. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, they'll be laughed out of his sun perch. So what did you find? Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuklamont. Ah, so we have to go up the hill. Because of course we do. Oh, this looks like a mighty trek. If I was doing this in real life, my calves would give out. Hello. You have business with me, sir. Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pelu. We can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? I think the distaste for strong drinks. I appreciate your hospitality. I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubago chief, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like meat tea, for instance. And brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hobigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. Must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to kill the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeves until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the cause is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity, if I can secure the deal. I should think your exceptional mezcal will speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared. And first impressions last. You want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Valak Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. Huh. Well. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Balnock, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolo. Oh, clever! Using our connection. As a supporter of Wuklamont and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still quite aren't balanced. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in XIV Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring cell sorts to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Sparks and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Balnock. The fields you're looking for are just north of Pelu. Be safe. Well done! Okay, the important thing here, by the way, with regards to all of this, is learning. The point of this trial was to teach the prospective future Dawn servant about trade and the culture of the Pelu, so you can understand, so that, you know, they could be better understood. That should be a garbage jaws just over there. It'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Will do. Ooh, I should get another drink soon. Ah. Oh, that felt good. Now that I think about it. Just get Eos out. It is a shame that they completely got rid of Celine, Eos's counterpart, but I get why. It's just too confusing to have two fairies that are functionally the same. I do wonder if they actually changed the cutscene that originally introduced them, though, to remove Celine from it. It would certainly make sense if they had. Eos is the only one that actually appears in any cutscenes. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Ma Blue the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Ba-da-ba-ba. Well, this has certainly been fun so far. I'm enjoying the story, and Wook Lamont is proving to be a very fun character. I really do hope that that she continues to be as entertaining, seeing as she's our one of our leads. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have a sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Yeah, always will. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the mace leaves and an introduction to Ball Knock as agreed. The deal is done. Here, your jug of premium Mascal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Ma Blue. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. Let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Ma Blue, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand, for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. I think she's got it. She shouldn't doubt herself. She has the skill and knowledge to do it. Woo! Success. You trade a 5,000 pel sack of top grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. Ooh, dies. I'll take the gold, though. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Yep, that's right. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havley's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. And hopefully he isn't a dick and insists on more. It's taken us like all day for this. In-game day. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Still one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zorolja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a civil affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other works that need finishing. I can't taste... I can taste that smooth mezcal already. Yeah! We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think, we started out with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Madly, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Woo! We did it. That makes me happy, actually, the fact that we've succeeded. I really do hope she wins. The whole point of this was to teach her, after all. I think she's learning quite well. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. You need to do this. I know. This is something I need to learn. Oh, the tense music! Ha! Oh god, the squaring up animation. Oh, they make it out to be so menacing. But it's adorable! Great sunken gods, I did it! Aww. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wooklamot's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? She got spit in the face when she was younger. Zoralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. Alpaca is brought. Is it just me, or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How do you manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will wield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamot. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Thrall can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolol all those years ago. Consider the younger generations of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient Sung seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. It is true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. Yep! The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. They were some of the wisest people around! They weren't dumb. Crazy, yes, but not dumb. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors. As well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamul Jah, why he treated all clans with equal constraint. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would do not only Tuliolol, but the star in its entirety. Why? I need not explain myself to you. Yes, you do! You need to explain yourself to everyone. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise is to complete the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. Always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zorlj and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle. I practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orankanaka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamot off on her hunt. I hope she catches a blue alpaca. I want her to catch a differently colored alpaca. Also, I don't think that he actually caught the gold alpaca. I think he found a regular alpaca and painted it gold to try and make himself look better than he actually is. It's what makes sense to me. I don't think he deserved the keystone for the method by which he captured the alpaca. Because he learned nothing about the people that he's supposed to rule over. I can do this. I know I can. Chiron Moklamaji marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing task of capturing a wild alpaca. Do I have cheers set to one of my things? Oh wait, I forgot that they did that. They're gonna add it to older quests. Well, they did it already for the ones in this expansion, which I'm glad for.
Good luck, that promise!
Thanks. I'll need it.
I don't know why the scene with the brother wasn't
Truth be
voiced.
told, still not sure about alpacas.
Okay.
I'd rather not go near one if I can help it.
Fair.
But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
Nah, we can wait here.
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
Mm-hmm.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Setting up a tent. She could be gone for like 5 minutes. But okay. Oh, he put his bag down for a change. That's nice.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Huh.
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
A good question.
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt.
Okay.
Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek.
Huh. That's a pretty cool idea.
My younger self took those words to heart. And off I went to become a gleaner.
Oh, that's cute.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
Apparently.
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City.
You want to make your grandfather proud. Wooklamart needs to do it as part of her trial. And
Which is
he
all
wants
the
to
more
make his
reason
master
for us
happy.
to work together.
Yep.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Oh. I don't think that's
Wait.
necessary.
Do you hear that?
Yay! She did it!
I did it.
Took her all night, but yeah, she did it.
You're utterly spent. And small wonder.
Well done, third promise.
Yep.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Aw, cute little alpaca. Would have been fun if she brought back a herd. Like, she was sitting on one, but the rest of the herd was following behind her. And slowly the third promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tames is a healthy looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Yeah, I don't really need dyes. Wilkoma still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get pop brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mob Blue so widely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. You guys can take a slower pace. I am getting on my mounts. If it weren't for the fact that we're so close, I would just teleport. But, you know, we are freaking close to the place. Ba-da-ba-ba. No. I don't want to fight anything right now. Wah. Hello, Mablu. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea. Then Wilcomock can't be far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, their promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although, I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Ja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tulialal, a time when the mountain giants, the Yaku, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Ooh, he doesn't have the mask covering that face. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to Yaku in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclination. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of made tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants, and freed the Pelu from the Yaku's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders, and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the Bonpapa forge with the Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja saw the sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures. An ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third promised, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Aww. Not only did you accomplish the field goal, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Yay! So there are definitely multiple copies of each keystone. That's good. So this is what they look like. Go on, set it in the tablet. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I am thankful to you as well, Lokomot. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could even ever say. Tubley, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. He's about to smile, isn't he? As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I can provide. Never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing along any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Aww. That's what we need. Supportive parents. Thank you, Tubley. What did I tell you, Mablu? Mablu. There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yaku. They once ruled over far more than just Orcapachu and the Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yoctoral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yaku have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it all It all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, crap. I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we're finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Dawntrail around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. If the Dawntrail implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way, surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I'd appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Pelu? Right then, let's head back to Tulialo and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mascot for the occasion. Oh, I'm sure they will. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought her golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity as expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamot. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. If the elector supports us, that's the important thing. Completing the challenge isn't the only thing that's important here. This journey is designed to teach people how to be good leaders. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. Do you have promise that people respect? Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zavaltia with us. The contest is hardly begun. Right. I'm going to take a short break here to stretch and get myself a drink. But we'll be right back. Stretch. All right, and we're back. Onwards. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep moving and march onwards to Kazamaku. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what our patient Hanu friend has to say. Yes, we should certainly see what he has to say on this matter. I'm quite content waiting here, dying on third promised coin, but it seems you're ready to ask your questions now. What is you'd like to know? The route to Hanu. We go south through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kazamaku River, is that right? I have to be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart, and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. Be sure to watch our footing, thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. Sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kazamaku, we should head over to the Arch. I thought for sure we'd be going via the dirigible, but apparently this arch leads to two separate locations, which is interesting. An exit that goes to two different places? And it does have 2 arrows from it, so I guess that makes sense. You probably approach it and then select which way you go. Are you all ready to leave? The hours to Kazamaku. Open the way. He didn't even really need to move. We could have walked in between him and the other guards. Ooh. Well, this is looking pretty.
Kazamauka, the land
Kazamauka.
of Rainbow Terraces.
Okay. Rainbow Terraces.
Commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel.
Okay.
An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the Marcy Trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
This is very pretty.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Palm was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
No, it really doesn't. This is beautiful.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
Definitely
I
not.
won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
There's no stopping Third Promise, is there? Good thing she has Erenville to keep her from getting lost. For all of his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in a village before long. Yep. Along the way, I'm going to use my ether compass. Okay, the nearest one's pretty far away and probably far away from where my destination is. We'll try and collect what we can when we're here. I know I get some of my mounts, but this actually isn't that far. Yep, that's very similar to Vanu architecture, but a lot more elaborate. Huh. Wish the Vanu built like this. This is impressive. Ah, everyone has arrived. And none the worse for wear, except for a certain Third Promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu village. I was telling you about Hanu. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are still recovering the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this elector. Oh, Kali. Oh, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to Third Promise and her entourage. I, Zano Hali, welcome you to Hanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be filling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. I'm ready. Give me the feast and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Right then, it helped to do some investigation at watching Pelu, so let's take a look around here as well. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erenville, Alice, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamot, Sparks, and myself will handle this northern half. Finally, we have somebody besides Wuklamot with us. Sounds good to me. Would have preferred Kryl, though, admittedly. I love Alphino, but we've seen plenty of him in previous expansions and such. Hello, gemstone trader. What have you got? Nothing of interest to me right now. That's fine. We'll go and sync up with the Aetherite next. Which I think is very pretty how it's organized. I always like when they have these designated spots like that actually try and reflect their culture in some way. Ooh, a vantage point. Ooh, ouch! Damn, the storm really was bad. Their houses are egg-shaped. Yes, I am noticing that. That house is egg-shaped. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof, clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Sigh. Heard about the storm. I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Servant sent, we're making progress repairing or building our homes. While roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good. Yeah, I understand. They lost people. Seriously though, I find it hilarious that their architecture is egg-shaped. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That stone broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. Gotta look around a bit more. The dry and shrunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. He's fishing. Aw, that's cute. What time are we at? I still got plenty of time. It only took us 2 hours to get through the first part, so we'll spend 2 hours getting through the second part too. Oh, this looks like something relating to the festival. Woven from weeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathers of their tail in particular stand out. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance of the Hanu, then. Well, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. I'll have to hurry over, too. Mm-hmm. Oh. Wait. It'll be fun. Koana will probably show up here. Yep. There he is. Thought I saw him.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
Mm-hmm.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, elder of the Hanu.
It is always so weird to hear female Hanu Hanu, or Vanu Vanu, or females of this species. Because this species does not experience, from what I've observed, any form of gender dimorphism. So it is impossible to tell at a glance whether they're male or female. However, they have a more masculine physique, which would lead to me thinking they should have deeper voices, even the females. So hearing a more high-pitched voice coming out of their mouth just sounds wrong somehow.
I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne.
Yeah, other female Vanu Vanu I've seen have also had different outfits. So, it's, again, that gives me more masculine outfit vibes. They're really just throwing you a curveball there. But it's fine, it's fine. Doesn't matter really either way. Gender is weird.
Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Let's talk of the feet, okay.
Not so
Paws are great.
fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Oh, fuck off. We could very well begin without you.
You made it after all.
Zoralja is elsewhere. Zoralja
No
must
need
have
to
come here
fuss.
first.
There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feet of Reeds.
Oh, it's so weird that they'll close their mouths fully
Reeds seem to
either.
be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material.
They eat them too? I guess you could turn them into something
But look around
edible.
the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing.
Oh.
How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament.
You're gonna have us help with your harvest.
For surely,
Smile.
those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Yeah?
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Yep.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take this?
By force.
Oh, mercy
Bastard.
me. You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent
Wow.
to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Ha! Instant disqualification. Do it, do it!
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Oh, fuck off. I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Then we can
As
return to the business of
faces.
earning my keystone.
But especially the left face.
The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
Ah, he uses a gun.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Excuse you, I got a keystone, so fuck off.
Then
You
we
entitled,
see eye to eye on
pompous
this, perhaps.
bastard.
Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Yeah, come at me, bro. I will punch you. I need to get back at you for my
Damn it.
bloody tacos.
Just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Yeah.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Oh, they use Vidrol as a insult. Interesting. Cool. Feet. Some boots. I don't know the first thing about farming, but there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, and we're gonna find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and induce the cause of their poor condition. Erenville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. Before we follow them, I see 2 side quests. Let's go take them. The first. Hello there. You give us a ring. Honored visitor, might you lend me your aid? Since the storm, I've worked day and night to repair our homes, and the end is finally in sight. The last step is to coat the floors and foundations with resin that protects from water, but there's simply too much work for one pair of claws. You will help then. Splendid. You should start by gathering the resin from the trees to the north of Hanu. I'll apply the resin after I've made my final prayers and ask you supporting pillars. Afterwards, that should withstand the worst of the heavens can throw at them. Cool. I accidentally skipped over a bit of dialogue there, but it's fine. This is a side quest. With side quests, it's not as important. I do them because they get me good experience, and it's always best to try and get as much experience as possible, especially if you're like me and try and make sure that you actually can do all the role quests in one go. Ooh, this person must be underneath. No? Where are they then? Above? I didn't see them there. Oh, maybe they just hadn't loaded in. No, there are actually steps to go upstairs. I see it. So they must be up above us. Oh, that's pretty. Nice blue carpeting to go up. Where's that paint? Nah, it looks like carpet. Except, I simply don't have enough. I'll never finish at this rate. Oh, but a kind soul may change that. Kind and strong. Strong enough to help me with the little problem I have. See, soon we Hanu will begin to shed our feathers and grow new coats. Great storm washed away our store of combs. Can't very well use our claws, so I've spent every spare moment since crafting as many as I can. Now supplies run short. If I had a shell from a mature marble beetle, I could make enough combs for everyone. Please, make haste to the southwestern forest and hunt one. I can feel my feathers falling out as we speak. So we help him with a molting ritual. Which is apparently part of the point of the festival. Just gonna check. East. Okay, so first the barrel of resin. Ah. Okay, we actually have to go the direction of this for the quest. So, let's get on our mount and head over there. It's 300 something east. 200 something. I don't know how much a yam is. I assume it's the equivalent of a meter, but given a different name for some reason. Why, I don't know. Some things in this franchise are just done for the sake of doing them to give a bit of flavor to the world, but doesn't really matter that much. Oh, I like the little stick. The sticks can help to tell how high the water is. And obviously if the water reaches the top of that, well, actually no, if it reaches to 3 high, that it's going to be too tall for a lot of people to walk in. Cool. Now, where is it? Northeast, 97. I see it. Where's the next one? Southeast. Bit further out. I'm not gonna go. While I am definitely gonna make the effort to get them all, if they're not in the area of a quest, then I'm not hunting for them. If they are in the area of a quest, then I will happily go after them. But hunting for those is more of an off-camera thing. Go turn in this quest. This is the one that gets us a ring, which this class doesn't need, but another class probably will. So I'll switch classes and give the ring to whichever class needs it the most. Oh, sorry. Pillars aren't really decorative either. They keep mice and other small animals. But for all its benefits, wood rots easily. Reinforce it or else be stuck in a cycle of constant rebuilding. Thanks to your help, these structures will hopefully still be here for years to come. Take a small token of appreciation for your efforts. Alright, which class was it that I thought needed another ring? Casting, aiming, and fending are all the ones. I'm gonna go with casting, seeing as it's one of the ones that we are actually in the process of leveling up. So that's 645, and that is our little gear list updated. Okay. Back to Scholar, though. It's the one I actually want to play as right now for the purposes of experience and such. Partially because... But also, partially the reason why I want to use this one is because of the fact that it does have an outfit that actually comes from the expansion. Alright, there's one to the southwest, but it looks to be a bit further away than the spot we're going to. So... it'll be fine. Oh dear. We are losing a lot of health. And we might as well go after it. It's near enough. Yep, just a little bit further west. Now a bit to the southwest. West again, there it is. We'll swing around and up north on our way back just to fill in the map a bit more. Ah, I love all the various music in this game. I know the song that's playing right now probably comes from FF15, or not 15, 16 originally. Oh no, he can't swim and we're in swimming water. He can swim, he just can't when we're on terrain that... He just can't until we have enough ether currents. Because then he'll start flying instead. I don't know why they'll just have a swimming animation for all of them. It'll probably be easy enough to implement. I mean, they already have a swimming animation for when you're underwater. I guess it doesn't work. Some of those don't work as well though when you're just on top of the water. I feel like they could though. Ah well. Hello. You're back already? You did hunt a mature beetle, yes? Now a newly hatched one. Yes. Here you go. My, this is an exquisite shape. I shall make combs fit for, I don't know who that is. As you can imagine, molting season brings floors covered in fallen feathers. If it goes improperly shed, it can be more than just an eyesore. Old feathers can make us sick. That's why a good comb is essential to use as a good spear. It's also why you deserve a reward that befits your contribution to our health and beauty. Alright, 3 more quests and this class will be leveled up again. And then the next one we'll do for leveling will be Machinist, because I want to focus on DPS classes. The only reason I'm obviously doing Scholar is because it's linked with Summoner. I still love this particular mount. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength, that's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. I mean, I don't see anything unusual. As I don't know how to describe, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. Might have something to do with the water. The water looks a bit muddier than it should. The water contains obvious contaminants. It's fresh and clear as a curious glass. Really? That's clear? It's very muddy to me. Might just be me, though. It is very shallow, in fairness, so I guess if it's clear, it would show all the mud underneath. Soil in the patties is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. Oh, they have little bridges. That's cute. Lethargic frog. What's wrong with the frog? Small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical. Doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Oh my god! What's wrong with the frog? Poor froggy. See enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree. The water looks to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? You would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, so something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creature seemed lifeless, I could not but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They're suffering a terrible tragedy, I know. There's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival. Give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wilcomott's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from weeds that look like a bird. Oh yeah, I saw that. In that big building to the north. Let's go and see it. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. There's not too much debate to begin with. No. Leave me alone. Fuck it. Also, where the fuck is Eos? Eos is part of what keeps me alive. Alright, back in the village. Woklama. Yes, this is the float I remember. But doesn't it appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Yep. Time to inspect the festival float. Oh yeah, one of the eyes is definitely missing something. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Aww. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. It's a shame it's in such a poor state, due to the recent storm, I gather. Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. The float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No Ihana. Ihana, that's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. The celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. We don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a box for the missing eye, the upper ward for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. Two of these I know. Abakikza is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and Uyupo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The wiz chosen is the victor of a competition, in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics, and that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted as employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the efforts. Having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds go quickly and vigorously, so much so they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left ineverent. And if we cannot gather the correct materials, as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energy, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored by ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. The float might also function as an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus for what? Oh, Ihana is a harvest vessel, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. To prepare the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float, a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. When the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Those years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float to focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Hihani's really does sound like the solution to all your woes. And I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I'll introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Now allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Hanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. Oh, no, there's Kryl with us. Three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the flow as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Upon we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable insights. There is something to be said for following one's instincts. Now, let's take the next quest. The shipwright's name is Wook-Evu. He is a Zabral who only moved to Kozuka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. Especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We'll want to offend him right before asking a favor. Proper Hanu greeting. Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekby to the east of here. Okay, before we do that, what needs shoes? Well, the only thing that needs shoes right now is, Monk. So... just change out for the new shoes. There we go. And the other one that needs that would be Samurai, because it also uses striking set. And then we switch back to Scholar to continue. And now we can say that that is done. So, 45. Yay, looking good. All I need now is hands for aiming, legs for aiming and casting, the headpiece for fending, right rings for fending and aiming, a necklace for casting and healing, earrings for healing, and a bracelet for casting. I'm sure we can get all those items. Onwards to wherever the story takes us. I look forward to exploring the area more. There's definitely going to be something blocking our path to half of these areas. Probably. Most of the time that's how it works. You can explore half of the 2 starting areas, but can't explore the rest until later. This is Okbekby, the village of all. Those who drift into Kazamaku from Tuliolol and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wook-Evu, he lives and works in the House of the Waters High, on the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be yeah, no shit. And I desperately need the toilet, so be right back. I will be muting myself while I go, so be right back. And I'm back. Let's continue. It's a good thing I have a mount. I don't have to worry about the walk being difficult. Also, just checking if it's anywhere nearby. Da, da, da. Oh, let's hope she doesn't mess up the greeting. She shouldn't. She's respectful towards other cultures. Oh, he has a horn.
Hmm? What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oh, Kali!
Oh, she did it. Well done.
Oh, Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you. When you know Hanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Yep, that is correct.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wuklamat?
Yep. You're part of the same...
Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wukevu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette.
Ha!
Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
Will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, all right?
All right then, consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Abokisha.
That I do. But, well, I would like nothing more than to offer my services. I just used the last I had of both those materials.
We can gather
my
more.
lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
Ooh, that's too long.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
I love him. I absolutely adore him.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Ha!
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
Yay.
We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the
Kikitola
stones you
Cave
need.
sounds better. It always sounds better when you put the cave after the name of the... after its name. I don't know why.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right, then. Let's get moving.
Ooh. I don't like that. Yep, he's working for the twin-headed one.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
He's gonna try and sabotage us.
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Must punch for tacos. And for him being an ass. Seriously. I have seen a lot of unlikable characters in this game, but none has made me this furious. Cave Kikitola is southwest of Hanu. We can return to the village first and head there on foot. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna go that way just yet. I might as well as explore a little first. Is there a bridge? No, it doesn't look like it. We're gonna have to swim across this river. If there is a bridge, it's way further. I can see it. Ugh. Oh well. Too late now. I've already crossed the water. Southeast. I can see it now. You know, I'm gonna just... There's another to the east. Might as well. I can fast travel back to the village at any time. So exploring a bit and getting the ether currents that are available is worth my time. After all, the closer we can get to being able to fly in an area, the better. Still a little bit further east. It's probably going to be close to the edge. Where now? Still east. Yep, I see it now. Well, this is certainly a nice big river. The other rivers are fairly shallow, but this one has some depth to it. You can just barely see the bottom of it. Any more nearby? Oh, well off to the southeast. Might as well just keep exploring around here and seeing if we can find it. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Southwest. I see cliffs. From the looks of it, these cliffs mark ways a way that we can't go. Let's go check properly. Yeah, it looks like there was stairs leading up at one point, but they've been smashed to pieces, so it'll be a while before they can be repaired, and we'll be able to climb the cliffs up. But that's fine. It's always good to see things like that. Knowing we can't go a specific direction helps me to know, yeah, where the story will likely take us in the future. Just gotta go up this way because it does look as if the path continues quite a bit. No? It looked like it did, but it doesn't, clearly. Not in a way that actually is meaningful to the map. Oh no, the horse couldn't swim. It'll be fine. Just need to summon a different mount. Okay. Well, back to the village. We'll explore more around other areas later. Right now, focus on the story. Side quests can help us get more experience, but we really need to focus on these. Southwest of here, was it? Let's be on our way. Right. Where's the next one anyways? To the west. Northwest, even. Still to the northwest. What have we got in the one over this? Really? Just a little bit of deeper water. Seriously? That one flies! Northwest. Still northwest. Feels like it's gonna be at the top of this thing. Yeah, I can hear it. Damn, this is high up. Wait, it's not at the top? Then where? Right there. It's around the back side of the tree. Oh well. We got a lookout point anyways. Nearest one is to the south. Now. Though based on where it's on the distance, I think it's going to be too in an area to the south that we can't explore yet. Just double check. It's a good 400 south. I mean, it's possible. It could still be explorable. It might be somewhere deep within the cave network. How are we doing, though, for ether currents? We have got 5 out of the 10. And usually they're split in even 10-10. Or 5-5, rather. Between each half of the area. Cave Tola, as promised, home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, while I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot Aboxia by its green hue glimmer. Bring anything matching a description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave then. Take the west half and I'll take the east. Yeah, it says southwest, which means somewhere over here. Which does look to be beyond the rims of this cave. Somewhere up wherever this is. Eye-catching glimmer. You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. It seems like the exact kind of material he was looking for. Oh, first guess. Yay. I picked over the ground near the entrance and found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? Yes, this is a box here. Along with Prowl's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I think you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. When that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Woklamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I am certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Aboxia into Wokevo's waiting hands. Onwards, my noble doggo. I was gonna say steed, but this isn't a steed, it's a doggo. Oh no, a beetle. Run! Run for like the wind, Torval. Whee! Ah, this is going well so far. It does slightly bug me that Koana was here too. I would have liked it if he either appeared during the other one, or if he appeared in a separate one. Like each of the 3 other contestants appeared separately to give them a bit of their own development. But I am glad that we are gonna probably get to punch one of them in his smug face. It's so good that the Elector got to put him in his place and tell him, oh yeah, you can fight us if you want, but you'll be disqualified if you do. That would have been hilarious if he had gotten disqualified just for being a pompous ass. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we collected some suitable logs of Ayopo, one of the Abaxia. Abakia. Yes. These are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you're likely surmise the lifting wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float, I could use assisting since versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Yopo's conductivity. Now, I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Hanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. I don't feel like walking. It's 100 gil. I have, well, 10 million. We could have afforded that thing on our own, really. But the trading thing was fine. Gathering Yopo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wokevu criticized everything I did, then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into a Yopo tree. I told him not to worry about it again. It was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles of the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? The rumors are two. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? Second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Hanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Koana out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. Sounds like our Koana. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. Wu was only too happy to donate his feathers. Should have seen it. He called forth incredible gusts that sent his feathers sailing for Moms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Erenville's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I'm a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by XIV. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised that they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of winds, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Woklamat, as our guest of honor. Me? Well, what do you say? The boat won't make me seasick, will it? No. I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I'd be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Woklamat. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival floats in a slow procession towards Kozanaka, where the sacred likeness of Zega is gone. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until XIV has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist XIV with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That'll lead you across the bridge to the strides of the sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. Yep, all of our warriors. Speaking of which, when we do eventually go on our first dungeon, I am hoping to play as Viper, so Alphino will almost certainly be in our party. Woklamat will definitely be there as well, as our tank. So that just means me to choose between Kryl and Alice as our second DPS. I'm obviously going to go with Kryl because this is her expansion, really. Like, she's the one that's got a new class and everything. As Hanu said, Kazanokaki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. Something about bridges and the strides of the sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've killed all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Ziga. The music in this expansion has a good vibe so far. Makes me happy. Ooh, where's Celine or Eos? Go. First problem dealt with. Carrying on with our pretty color changing book. This is the like Mandervillis weapon for this. I did manage to get a full set of those for each of roles. I'm still working on getting the remaining ones. And the ones I've got for that I'm doing next are based on the order in which I got classes in. So I'm doing Monk, Dragoon, and then I think I had Ninja as my next one. I actually can't remember now. Oop, 2 things. Where are they? Where's the other one? There's the other one. The third, defeat any hostile. This one looks to be a bit further away. Of course, we got Midgard Sommer himself. I do love this, the fact that this is available as a mount. Even though it's really just a mindless husk, because the real thing is sleeping. But what can you do? Da 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 da. Yep, and now we wait to the designated location. Do 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 do. Oh, that's pretty. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. Yep, of course I was. This must be the likeness of Yigzaki, the Hanu deity of the harvest. Even though sacred... I was half expecting a flying whale. I like that one the best. A whale? Why a whale of all things? Anyways, it said that Zigzaki here was worshipped on another continent. His ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent, then mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Hanu? You'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Oh, we're getting another cutscene. Meanwhile, in Hanu. What's going on? Of course.
Not sure we heard you right, old man.
Why don't you say that again?
Mm-hmm. As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you.
He better not.
Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
Really?
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Mm-hmm.
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Little Hanu. God, I hate the way he laughs.
To be brave, little bird.
Are you trying to be a dumbass?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again. This is a priceless treasure. And as festival leader, I would die to protect it.
Very well, if that's what you want.
Ooh, dramatic.
I put everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
Guess what? You're still
But
nothing.
you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Oh, you want to fight us? Because I will happily show you what my magic
Your
can
brilliant
do.
plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Damn right they are.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like. Calm yourself, chosen one. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Oh.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts.
Fuck you! Seriously.
Lucky for you.
The left head at least, you know, has a face that is... How would I put it? The right face has the right one has the more punchable looking face. The left one has the more punchable personality. Also, did anyone else get Paradox Brothers from Yu-Gi-Oh vibes out of these two? Don't know if it's just me, but that's the vibe they give me.
Two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, third promise. You're not die.
No, of course not.
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Wait, change classes. Because Scholar and Summoner are now up a level, so... Machinist is the next one. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it will be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh, Kali, see? I remember. This one we'll have to type. Ow. Should not have jumped. Oh well. Too late. Wait, has this changed? Right, so unlock a new skill and didn't notice. Ah well. Anyways. Oh ho. Kali. Oh ho, Kali. Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival. The repairs should be as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. You can attend the festival and then complete the repairs later. Oh, Kali. The festival is about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Oh ho, Kali. Oh ho, Kali. What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends will be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. Let's go enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Ah. I think she had the right idea here. Preserving a part of their culture. Meanwhile, Koana is probably trying to find a way to make it so that they don't have to ever do this festival again. Which would be the worst option, because that would take away a bit of their culture. The Hanu were pleased to hear the festival was going ahead, I imagine. Yep. That as well. Once your friends return, the lifting of winds can begin at last. Yay, more people. Well, I always wonder why they can't give some of the beast tribes more variety in appearance, even just with their outfits.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu.
Mm-hmm.
Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her!
Loosening up and getting ready for this.
Ready and...
Well then.
I could get used to this.
Walk on carrying it. I'm sorry. It's just so silly.
Empty belly stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Oh my goodness, they're doing the dance.
Right. We've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Woo! What's gonna happen now?
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Oh? Oh! Oh my! Well then. The ether of everyone here is being gathered together.
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Oh! Yeah! It's a transference of ether! That is brilliant, actually. What a way to revitalize the land. Take the ether of the entire village and send it out into the crops, which all get revitalized. And grow massively. Wow. Huh. She was right.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
Yep.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible.
Mm-hmm. Just massively accelerated the growth of all the reeds, which is awesome. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself about. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy a sight of what you've accomplished. It is rather nice to see. One field didn't get, or two. Some of the fields didn't get revitalized, but that's fine.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account.
Yay.
Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. Once more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Kona!
Hello.
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Well then, I knew he would find a solution.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology.
It's not a bad thing at all.
Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
It's part of their culture. Do both.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamart. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
Yeah.
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it.
Oh god, are our tails moving in sync? God damn it.
As it turns out, I knew very little. A about the reeds.
It's interesting they
about
adopted two
Ihihana.
different types of cats.
With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. I like you even more now than I did before.
Yee.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Should be a different color? Yep. This one's more of a
5 more
blackish
to go.
orange.
And on to the next.
Yep.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
I like him though. Kona's nice.
Third promise, you must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn servant, of course.
Ha!
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
Yep. This is the important part about this. Wuklamot is actually following her father's path and learning things.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
They're resulting to cheating and piggybacking off of other people's work. My journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people. Look at Ebo for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Lunu Hanu. It warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Zabalev Tai. Before we do that, though, holy shit! Look at all these side quests that just popped up. I'm not leaving until I've done every single one of them. Like, the amount of experience we'll get from doing that should help take Machinists very close to the next level. Hello, have you taken in all that our humble village has to offer? If you happen to be on your way to the Breath Between, there's a task I would like your help with. You are as kind as I say. I've been asked to deliver freshly sprouted reed leaves to use as bait, but my work here has kept me so busy I've had little time to fill the order. The fields nearby have the choicest reeds. Be in your debt if you could gather some leaves and take them to Munahanu. You can keep his payment for your troubles. Okay. Will do. Damn, these reeds are tall. Like, we just disappear into them. I do like that this is one of those this game, unlike a lot of other MMOs I've played, actually acknowledges when the story causes the world to change and changes it accordingly. Like, one of the things that put me off World of Warcraft as I kept playing that one was that anytime there was a major world-changing event happening with each expansion, it seemed to affect the entire world and dramatically change it for everything. Instead of it being, you play through the story of each part of it, and then the world will change as you play through each part. Like, I know part of that was because of the fact that each race was given a unique story, and that affected things. But they could have found a way to make it work. Right, when we get back to the village, I'm gonna look and see if I can get I think it's a Thavnarian onion is what I need for my chocobo to help it level up. I don't think I have any, so I'll need to buy one. They're usually reasonably priced. Okay, this gets us a necklace. You travel with the third promise, don't you? I've heard stories, but it's an honor to meet you in the flesh, Sparks. I know you're a busy man, but might I have a moment of your time? I serve the Dawn Servant and have come here in an effort to catalog the traditional magics of our continent. In particular, I'm interested in how the Hanu weave the energies of wind. Competing to see who can float a feather the furthest seems to be a favorite pastime of the Hanu, which demonstrates their mastery over wind. You'd have no notion as to how they achieve this mastery. Best theory is that they undergo intensive training from a young age. There's a recent revival here, prying into such matters may come off as presumptuous. But you have their trust. Might you ask in my stead? Yeah, certainly. And I accidentally knocked sound there for myself. I don't know if it affected it for you guys, but... I will be so happy when we gain the ability to fly again. I should actually return to the other area that we visited and see if there were any new quests unlocked there. Because when we finish the story of the area. Because there might have been, and I might have just missed them. Alright, so first to you. Why does the wind heat us? Why, because we consume the blessing of reeds bestowed upon us by Kozamaka. The energy suffused in the earth falls into the reeds, and the reeds flow into our bellies. By that cycle, we are gifted with the land's strength. In other words, the reeds are far more than mere sustenance. They are the wellspring of our power. You have a quest for me, too. Welcome, honored visitor. Thanks to your efforts, the reeds grow robust, and at last I can make reed dumplings again. Oh, they're every bit as delicious as I remember. Although I want nothing more than to eat until my belly bursts, I saved a batch of those for those who are planning the reconstruction of the Great Stairs. Much too full to make such a journey, however. Might you deliver them in my stead? Surely my friends will be glad to receive them for the many man who violates Hanu's festive spirit. Thank you, thank you. They can be found working hard near the flight of wee wingless. Hurry before the dumplings cool. Do 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 do. Yo. Oh, Callie, might you have a spare moment to lend a helping hand? With the reeds sprouting more vigorously than ever, the time has come to repair our weathered roofs. However, wet reeds will not do, not at all. They must first be thoroughly dried, or the roofs will likely to collapse at the very first drop of rain. As you collect freshly cut reeds placed near a building to the east, deliver them to Kazanuka, where the gentle breeze shall dry them. Help us with the task, and I promise you'll be satisfied with your reward. Yep, I can do that. There are a lot of quests, so I'm going to take them all. Ooh, Hanu has a quest. for an ether current. Oh, Callie Sparks, of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Lookamat's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I am Hanu, and I have the honor of being the wind's chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village, who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard. It is customary among winds chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Hanu to receive her offering. But there's much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'll be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I'll start with a small task, if you're willing. Nahanshi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. Yeah, I'll do that in a moment. That's the important one, though. Because it's one of the ones that gets us an ether current. Why, those stout legs, like a towering tree, those rippling arms, like gnarled branches. Might you lend me your strength for a simple hunt? The storm left more than destruction in its wake. Fearsome beasts now infest the forest, and their culling is an unending task. Reports tell that a trio of owls has been sighted lurking near the docks to the east. Easy prey for the likes of you. Might you exterminate them so we can once again travel the waters in safety? Yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna keep the one that's, let's see. Which one is it? Dumpling Delivery. We're gonna keep that one. And Secrets of the Wind also active. Oh look! My friend, what brings you all this way? Taking in the sights, sounds, and flavors of Tyrol, I trust. As you might have guessed, there is a Hanu in need of my assistance. As I yet lack the strength to take myself seen, I am in need of your assistance. Follow me and I shall take you to them. I love our little friend. I never considered why we are so attuned to the wind. Glad you ask. It must be thanks to our daily meditation and rigorous training. Listening carefully to wind's whispers, one can observe the path of its flow, and in so doing achieve total harmony with one's surroundings. This understanding allows us to summon gales mighty enough to chase clouds from the sky. So one says it's because of their diet, another says it's because of meditation. I mean, they could both be right. I'm heartened that you would show such interest in our ways. Many know that the Hanu have a deep connection to the wind, but few care to ask how that connection is made. That being said, it's a question without a single answer. However, I would say that our feathers are the most important tool we have for comprehending the wind's movements. They're more than just for show. They allow us to sense even the smallest shift, the wind's temperament, and that awareness allows us to direct it as we see fit. Okay, that one, now that it's done, I'm going to remove from view. Purely because of the fact that we have other things we need to see. Like you. You have another ether current. You're Lookamat's companion, aren't you? Cynthia smiles upon you. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's saviors to me. See, the time has come for us to make our customary offering. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You'll join us then? Oh, that makes me so happy my feathers are standing up straight. The usual offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest, and they must be so bright that they've fallen to the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanuhali at the shrine. And that's another one that we'll want to mark as important. Because it is. So many quests. I'm intent on clearing out this area and returning, and when we get to the next area after... Ugh, I can't stand this rationing any longer. My house was flooded in a recent storm, causing most of my food to spoil or rot. It's in great pains to make what little I have left, but it's simply not enough. I see, she requires food with longevity, then she shall have the driest of corns my cob can muster. And there, this should suffice. My word, is all this dried corn for me? It will be many moons before I could hope to diminish such a bountiful store, and the crunch is certain to be sublime. Thank you, kind stranger. There's hope for the future yet. Oh, the children will be thrilled. She seemed quite taken with dried corn. That is well. I shudder to think what havoc spoiled foods might play on her stomach and bowels. Hunger might well be the least of her problems. Thanks to her timely assistance, however, she and her family will have all the corn they need to help them weather their hardships. Yet there are other antibodies that beckon, and so I must away. Take care, friend. I hope to see you again. I am delighted by the fact that we helped corn. Again. We're likely to get attacked. At least we're a DPS class again. Yep, there it is. Haha. Again! Honestly, can they not? Oh, where could he be? You there, you look fierce enough to brave the untamed miles. Please, I'm dire in need of help. A friend of mine journeyed southwest to Cave Kitola a while ago and still hasn't returned. I'm beginning to fear the worst has happened. Well, it's likely he simply lost track of time staring at the rainbow moss. Keep thinking of all the beasts skulking about. Please, check up on him for me, if only to set my heart at ease. I'll stay here in case he comes back. In the meantime, visit the cave and search for him. I wager no other Hanu will be nearby, so he shouldn't be hard to spot. I'll go take this other quest that's nearby. And then go turn in... Well, not turn in, I guess. A lot of quests that require me to travel a fair distance. I'll go continue the progress on other quests that I have. Also, I keep forgetting I have this skill as a ranged character. You. Hi. You give me a hat. A whole Cali. With so many new faces in our village, we have an uncommon opportunity to share our culture with others. In fact, I've prepared a unique experience for new visitors and would be honored if you took part. You have no idea how happy that makes me. Now I shall teach you to train as we do, and in so doing grant you a small taste of our mastery over the wind. We Hanu spend long periods of meditation, during which we deepen our bonds to the energies flowing through the land. Of course, we know your time here is limited, so you shall experience an abridged version of this practice. Hanu awaits at the top of these stairs. Speak with him to begin your training. Yeah, we're not walking. It's so weird to see this just floating instead of flying. Oh, a new face. Have you come here to feel the wind's caress? I am deeply honored that you would learn of our ways. Now I shall teach you our most basic method of attuning to the wind. So simple that even a young chirper can master it. As Tunu Hali has already told you, our goal is to be in harmony with the endless flow of the land's energy. Its heartbeat, if you will. Best way for a novice to do this is to jump from a high place, and as you fall, focus on the rush of wind across your skin and its roar within your ears. First you must pray, only then can you spread your wings and give yourself over to the grace of the wind. Oh. Oh no! I think I have the prayer skill listed. But oh no. You have offered your prayer for it, so to the wind's energy you must jump down from the house of winds high while dismounted. Why, for a moment I mistook you for one of us. I never knew someone with no feathers could fall through the air with such grace. Do you feel different, like the land itself has accepted you into its embrace? No? Doubtless you know that Hanu, young and old, compete to see who can float a feather the furthest, and that the winner's feathers decorate our sacred float. To be chosen by the wind is an honor above all. Reflect upon the training you underwent today, and even without feathers, I am certain you shall hear the wind's whispers more clearly. Of course, if you wish to jump again, you're more than welcome. Alright, I already know that this item that I've just equipped is going straight into... Let's take a closer look at it. Oh, it's actually rather nice. I shall still be glamoring it, because I don't look like myself without the glasses. I need to find out about this face wear mechanic. Okay. Next, nearest quest is right there. We should make sure to do the quests in the order that we have them. This is fun. Right, there they are. Landsguard. You're looking for me? You're not Hanu, unless you're molting something awful. I love that assumption. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now that you found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know, use these muscles of mine. For my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Hanu then. Alright, first, so yep, we talked to Hanu. The story continues. I enjoy the fact that I have my pretty gun on my back right now. We found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. First, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Hanshi, As when chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the landsguards, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent. Yes? Then come with me to the center of Hanu, where you can behold the entire village at once. Thought just occurred to me. I didn't actually record the change. There. Woo! We're doing well for getting new gear. Should get another drink before bed. We'll be going to bed immediately after I finish the stream. Probably resuming first thing in the morning after I get the dailies done with Pictomancer, so we can get closer to being able to play through its story. Take it all in. This is Hanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame. And if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Hanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well. And when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Do you now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Hanu would thank you. And now for the reason you came. The feathers of the winds chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. The design evokes the image of Kisi, the great bird revered by all Hanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that makes a soldier appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. But further ado, let's begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate to the southeast. Fine, I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, Sparks? I would like to hear your opinion on the Hanshi. He really doesn't want to be here. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Landsguard troop who comes to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landsguard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the task we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. Working alongside someone as capable as you, you may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate. And while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret. I actually really do need a drink right now. My throat is killing me, so I'm gonna go get that. Refreshing. Let's get right back to it. Do 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 do. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu might think his bird guard's worth all this trouble, but I just want to get it over with. Now that everyone is here, it's time to begin. Together we shall make these feathers so striking they even kick would be invis. First time we require our dyes and oils. The former is used to match the feathers with various uniforms worn by the troops. The latter serves a different purpose. As you can see by observing yours truly, Hanu boasts feathers full and colorful. This is thanks to the oils our body secretes, which keep our coat becoming drab and brittle. But the feathers we give to the Landsguard were molted long ago, and have since lost their natural luster. So we must apply oil to make them as vibrant as those of a Hanu in their prime. The task of gathering said oil and dyes falls to Sparks. Go to Alkbekby, where a crate has already been prepared. In the meantime, the Hanshi here will get the feathers. Okay, well, first things, I'm gonna take the long way around so I can swing by all the other quests that I have. So first, you. Why, what surprise! I didn't expect to see one of our visitors here of all places. Have you come here to fish? Ah, these are the leaves I asked Hanu to deliver. Say you picked them yourself? You have quite the eye. These will do well. We can't grow to such prodigious size on reeds alone, you know. The fish from these waters are a staple in many a Hanu dish. We found that they like reeds almost as much as we do, and since we mostly eat the stems, we can also use the fresh leaves of unharvested reeds as bait. Everyone feasts. Perhaps you too can feast with this bit of corn. You've earned it. Yep. Off we go. Can we jump into this water down here? Good, we can. It'd be faster to just swim to our destination. Sometimes they don't want you going into certain parts of the map, like the water, and they'll put up barriers to prevent you from falling into it. I do like that they have a special animation for when you are using sprint in the water. Really? Just checking something. Okay. I know what I must do. Let's see. This shares a recast timer with drill. This increases our heat gauge. Okay. First things first, we'll swap that so that it's there. Then, we'll swap this with this. Move these over. Move this down. Move this over to here. This is a single target version. This is the multi-target version. Huh. Bioblaster beside drill. There. I think that works in terms of layout. That makes sense to me. I mean, my other option is to move that over. Drill is the lower leveled skill. And while Flamethrower may be higher than Bioblaster, Bioblaster shares with Drill. One is the multi-targeted version of the other. However, that has a combo action. So I need to move this even further around. Because that is a combo. That is not, though. So, yay! Again, makes sense to me to have it this way. I recognize you. You travel with local Mott, yes. Have you come to see our progress on the Great Stairs? Dumplings, how long has it been since I last smelled that heavenly aroma? We sprout big and tall. We had cause to celebrate often, and it was a common scent in Okana. To have these delivered by one who helped those days to return is a great honor indeed. It is interesting, the reeds themselves function very much like corn in terms of their importance to the natives of this land. Or, yeah, which makes sense. Really, this land is based on Central America, from what I've seen so far. So it makes sense that there would be certain elements like that being thrown in here and there. Probably would cause my feathers to fall out one by one. Mark my words, where do we even begin? Well, have this. Lono Hollow made her famous dumplings? These are just what I needed. Such a long undertaking makes one so very hungry. With my energies restored, I've come to a realization. Our reed problems require the prospective visitors to solve, so perhaps we should consult artisans from other clans to advise on how to repair the Great Stairs. That is a good call. I mean, Jesus Christ, is that bad? They should replace them with stone. Realistically. Oh, Kai, apologies, but this area is still impassable. You brought reed dumplings? Just as I was about to keel over from hunger, a kind soul appears from the wilderness to save me. This patch is of great importance to us, since no small number of merchants use it to reach Okano. With dishes dumplings to fuel me, I can now tackle this problem with renewed energy. Yay! I do look forward to exploring the southern territories when we get the chance to, but that's gonna be a later thing. Like, they need time to repair these stairs, which will almost certainly be used to get up to that area. We'll probably use our airship to get to the Giants territory. Where's the other one? There was a third. Ah, there it is. Yay, we did it. Ignoring it while we move on. I like how the local corrals are called ocelots. Like, that is amusing to me. Purely for the fact of... Oh yeah, let's just name them after a real animal. There again, I do that all the time, really. Yay. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? Ah, yes. I'm most pleased with these. Today you are more than our guests. You are the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihihana back to us, it is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to and the ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. Well, first things first. Where's the... Yep. Not this one. I don't like using the ones that, you know, should be flying. It always feels weird using the ones that should be flying when we can't fly. Like, also, why is there not a bridge down over here? The river isn't so wide where you couldn't put a bridge down. Somewhere around here. Like, there's a narrow point up there you could put it on. And then have a path leading up to this. Ah, well. We've got a quest to complete, and one to pick up things. You are returned. Were the Hanu forthcoming with their knowledge? There doesn't seem to be an agreement about it at all. I see. So there isn't one key to their expertise, but many. Each one forged by their singular bodies, culture, and environment. I believe you've given me a starting point from which I can launch a more thorough investigation. Thank you, Sparks. Not a problem at all. Let's see. It was healers that needed the necklace, right? Yep. Just earrings now, really. Yay. Yeah, just earrings, and then the healing class has its equipment. And let's see. So it'll just be casting, aiming, and one thing for fending. You're here about the supplies? Good, good. Everything's in that crate over there. It's heavy, so be careful dropping on those dainty toes of yours. Worse still, You might break a ball of dye. The Landsguard artisan who designed the uniforms is very particular about their coloring, so not a single one can go to waste. There's nothing a soldier loves more than their equipment, so every detail has to be just right. So you guys can back to Hanu. Oh, I have to pick up the crate itself, and I have 3 minutes to deliver it on foot. I love how the crate itself shrunk the moment we picked it up. We need to try and avoid running into any enemies on the road, as that will ruin our progress. One feather at a time is the quest we're going to right now. Oh, striking dummies. Please let this water not be too deep. Phew. Was worried there a moment. Yay. Deliver this, and then we go complete all the other quests. Oh, he looks exhausted. You both did excellent work today. Nahanchi, it appears you might need some rest after your ordeal, how many feathers did you pack into that crate? You sure you didn't send me to get the dyes and oils? Be glad I didn't, Nahanchi, for Spark's crate is much heavier. He also carried it from a much greater distance. Really now, here I thought I was a stronger. Damn, bested during my first assignment. But that won't happen again. I've had enough rest, so let's get on with it. If you insist, Hansi, let us proceed to the heart of the matter. First, we must dye each feather one by one, but be careful, for each color is needed in different quantities. The equipment used to attack is adorned with black feathers, while equipment used for defense is adorned with feathers in their original green. For those, we must carefully... Hold on just a moment. We're dyeing all of these? One by one? I'll be an old man by then. There has to be a better way. Say, throw a few dozen of them in a big bowl of dye. Ah, but that will make the coloring uneven, Nahanchi. As I was saying, we must carefully apply oil to the feathers to bring out their original color, or they'll quickly become brittle. I see. This will be a test of patience, but with the three of us, it shall be over before the moon turns. Probably. Worry not, for I'm here to teach you how best to see the job done. I suppose I'm thankful for that. Truth be told, I never knew so much hard work went into our uniforms. For our brothers and sisters in the Landsguard, no effort is too great. The Hanu are honored that you wear our feathers. You are surprised? As a winds chosen, seeing my feathers become a symbol of the great XIV fills me with a joy unequal in this world, and to have them adorn the Landsguard armor makes my joy all the sweeter. Few in Tural can claim such an honor, so there can be no mistakes. There's really more to this than I thought. I would like to apologize for how I've been acting. I see now that things are done a certain way for a reason. So while I may grow old and gray in the doing, I'll see that every feather is dyed or oiled properly. At least we're in this together, eh, Sparks? Yep. Also, I'm a trained artisan and know what I'm doing with all this. Oh. Alright, back to machinist to turn this in. I reckon I'll be cleaning dye from under my nails for some days yet, but I won't complain about honest work. Now I have to think about how to get these back to Tuliolol. Don't get ahead of yourself, young Nahaji. Yes, the hard part is behind us, but there is more I would ask of you. As I've said before, it was revered by the Hanu. You must pay due respect for use of its likeness. As such, there are time-honored rituals that must be followed before we give this offering to the Lands Guard. Our next step is simple. We must bring the feathers before the likeness of Inkazakan and have the priestess... Sorry if I keep skipping over the words a bit. I am struggling to pronounce them. And it's annoying me. So, now the priest beseech the great bird to bestow the wind's blessing upon them. More lugging that crate around then. I can do it. But if you're going any further than last, I might need a couple of breaks. Do not worry, Nahachi. I will carry the feathers. I have something different in mind for the both of you. A friend of mine awaits you on the road to Kazan. Speak with him and do exactly as he instructs. Ugh. Right, before we do that, I have 4 other quests in this area to turn in. To clear out some space in my journal and the log over here. In case you're wondering why this is sitting down here instead of up here, it's to account for the fact that in a certain area the map gets expanded. Ah, the mighty hunter returns. Have the odds been reduced to shredded vines? Yes. I knew you would be equal to the task. I will spread word that the docks are open for safe passage. Great storm affected all life in the forest, washing away what was, leaving behind only uncertainty. There are many seldom traveled roads where desperate fiends still lurk. With the collapse of the great stairs, we've taken using the waterways and other uncommon routes, get from place to place until the repairs are complete. That day cannot come too soon. Until then, however, we must make do. Thank you for your bravery. Yeah, all this XP is great. It makes me happy that we get so much. Yes, thank you. Our holds will be safer for your efforts. I suppose you're wondering why I had you carry the reeds all the way across the forest. Well, means land of the arid shrine in our tongue. Legend says that so soothing is the breeze near the shrine, one's rested tired wings nearby. Once the reeds are dried and our brews patched, our homes will be better fortified against the elements. And for that peace of mind, any price is worth paying. So here's your reward. Oh, it makes me happy actually being able to do all this. It's nice getting to play through new content like this. I know that playing the expansion as it comes out does mean that I will be having big breaks between FF14, but it'll make things a lot easier. Thank you for delivering the dumplings. I hope they give my friends the energy to complete the daunting task ahead of them. Reed dumplings are considered delicacies among the Hanu, and for good reason. I would like nothing more than to make a batch for our other wingless brethren who aid with the rebuilding. Please, then all people love their flavor as much as we do. But that doesn't mean I can't send a different gift to show my appreciation. I intend to send a nice haul of fish their way. You don't seem the type to munch on reeds either, so I've prepared something else for your work. Cold hard coin. Thank you. It's not much money, but any amount's good. Welcome back. Was Lanohali impressed with your offering? Yes, I can feel grace emanating from these. Thus the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu clamor to participate in this rite, you know. It's said that the fruit offered becomes imbued with its divine spirit. Although carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Though you travel far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go with our gratitude, and may the wings sweep ill fortune from your path. And there, we just got one of the quest-based things. The quest-based ones are a bit harder to get, I guess, because you have to complete a quest. But they're no less fun to have. I should return to the other settlement as well and see if there are any side quests I missed over there before I continue with the main scenario. Because I did go straight back to the main settlement. So, it'd be good to check. Welcome, welcome. I understand you seek the blessing of the wind. The priestess requires a special type of bark to complete the ceremony, and her job is to gather it. But you must tread carefully, for the shores where the trees are found teem with hungry beasts. I suggest clearing the area first, so one doesn't sneak up on you. I don't mind a bit of hunting, but these arms aren't meant for... Apologies. I suppose complaining is a habit I should aim to break. This is all part of the process of making equipment, isn't it? There's a reason we need this bark, so get the bark we shall. I'll search the south side, Sparks. You take the north. No problem. We're already level... This class is going to level up again probably soon. Ugh, we got some poison frogs. Aww. They're cute though. There again, poison dart frogs are adorable. And they are one of the deadliest creatures known to man. Yay! Now we get now we get to our destination. Get some bark and return. Just keep running. We can fight things later. Looks like the Hanshi's already back. Well done, you two. You brought exactly what I asked. But I suppose you're still curious as to why the bark had to be from those specific trees. The answer lies within the legend of Yagami. You see, our ancestors hail from a different land and were guided here by the great bird. But upon their arrival, they found perilous woodlands overrun by hungry fiends. Many Hanu were lost to the gluttonous appetite of the wilds. They had nearly succumbed to despair, but then they let out a mighty screech. It echoed through the land, setting the trees aglow. Taking this as divine guidance, our beleaguered ancestors took bark from the trunks and burnt it. Smoke wafted through the air, and the beasts found it so repugnant, and forced to flee, one and all. Since that day, warriors would burn incense before battle in the hopes it would ward them from harm. Thus we bless the Landsguard's feathers in the same way, that they too might bask in God's protection. Now, take the bark to Kakang on the way. Glad if you offered your sincerest prayers to the great bird. I mean, the incense, if it got stuck to the feathers, would produce a scent or an odor that would actually ward away predators, because they'd be put off by the smell. So it's actually a very effective protective measure. Huh. Also, the fact that we would have walked through these arches but they barely look big enough for the ship to fit through, is a little hilarious. Also, the ship was taken back, which, well, I guess it has to be. So, now I get why Wuk-Lamat is the best option, though. Like, Kona seems alright as well, but he clearly doesn't care for his own people's culture. So, one believes that the Mamalja are superior to all others and will instigate a policy of racial supremacy, with the Mamalja as the ruling class and all others as subservient. So that's obviously bad for the equality that the current Dawn Servant has instigated. One is a warmonger and will lead the people into a bloodthirsty battle that is purely designed to both, one, make it so that people don't want to go to war again, and two, expand their territory so they have more land and resources. But again, not the best option. And finally, yeah. One harms the people, one harms the world, and one harms the culture. So they all do some degree of harm. But Wuk-Lamat is actually the one that seems to take after her father the best. We're finally here. Mind giving me your bark? I'll deliver it to the Hanu priestess. Thank you, Sparks. Once I'm finished, let's offer our prayers. Wouldn't want to disappoint our hosts after all. Give an honest prayer, mates. Trust me. You don't want to give one that's not honest. The Hanu take their traditions seriously, don't they? I knew they wished for good harvests and such. I never imagined we Landsguard were in their thoughts all this time. This has been an eye-opening experience, to be sure, but I can't help but wonder why we're so important to them. Why allow us to use their revered god in the designs of our equipment? Aren't you a Landsguard yourself? And you ask such questions. You're Sparks, aren't you? I am Zuli Holly. I know we have you to thank for Ihana's success, but even so, I must ask that you stand aside. You are Nahanshi, of whom I've heard much. I'm surprised you have the gall to set a foot into such a sacred place. While the elders may sing the praises of the Landsguard, their minds have been warped by too many moltings. The new generation is sick of their ceaseless chirping. You have to say your lines. Remember how we practiced. Oh yes, I understand. We heard you complain when you took the feathers. We saw the stain in your eyes. Someone with such disrespect for our history doesn't deserve to bask in Zoe's grace. But I... He'll learn in time. That may be so, Sparks, but he's had enough chances. Refused to suffer this Landsguard to be in Hanu. Listen well, remember. The sacred likeness was once reduced to shredded reeds. By whom, you ask? Why, none other than Gulu Jaja, Dawn Servant and founder of the Landsguard. No, the Dawn Servant would never. This misdeed will never be forgiven. If you have any pride in your position, should be ashamed at your ignorance and lack of respect. How will you answer for that? Yes, you must answer, and answer well. Very angry with you. I had no idea about this history of conflict. Why didn't Hanu say anything? Why am I taking the blame for the past? In any case, we can't stay here. I have to think about this. I don't see why Zulihali would lie, but how have I never heard Dawn Servant's affront to the Hanu? And why would Hanu act so proud to have his feathers adorning our equipment? No good with numbers, even I can tell something doesn't add up here. We should learn more about their history. You might be right. It was my ignorance that seemed to set her off after all. Whatever happens, I'd like to leave here on the Hanu's good side. Well, our best bet is probably to return to Alkhanu. If anyone can tell us the truth about what happened with the Dawn Servant, it would be Hanu. Oh, right. Okay. We need to mark both of these quests. Because there's a side quest sitting over there. I know I can fast travel, but also, again, this is another one that I should probably just manually... Yeah, I should probably just mount my Chocobo from now on. Also, this Chocobo needs to be dyed at some point. Like, I like the base Chocobo, but I'd rather he be the color that best suits my preferences. Which means turning him blue. But I'd need to get the right, I need to get the right foods to do that. Oop, lookout point. I see it. You better go over to that. Nice. This is another one that's really fun. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. The music is always nice. This is an older song as well. It's one of the ones that's basically for a lot of the mounts. Any of the ones that aren't like really special tend to have this song. The special ones tend to get something more unique. Oh no, we go into something too deep. Also, my companion needs fed. But there's the Hanu we need. And they're distracted. Of course they are. Oh, these waters get more beautiful every time I come. Seeing as distracted prey, creatures move in for the... Really? Glowflies! Freaking glowflies! There we go. What was that noise? Can I gaze at the moss in peace? Wait, you helped us bring back Ihana. You're a friend of Vuklamat. Yes? What are you doing in this cave? You got attacked, mates, and you complete... Fiends here? Oh, I didn't even hear them until the commotion was nearly over. I owe you thanks for your courage. And now that my revere has been broken, I should return to my friend. He must be worried sick. Yeah, don't come here on your own again, please. Also, Vista over there. Let's just fast travel back. And also realize that I should have eaten something. I'm probably gonna keep going for a good bit longer. This always happens whenever a new game comes out. I'll be going till at least probably 3 o'clock on my end. It is currently 2 a.m. so I don't see him, but the crate's not here either. He might have left to Konsako already. Wouldn't we have seen him on the road if we had, though? The forest is fast, I suppose. Anyway, meanwhile, the younger Hanu around here can tell us if Ahali's scorn is shared. Let's ask around. Of course, every hound knows the story of the Dawn Servant's visit, but it might be more accurate to call it a rescue. For the time, our home was beset by beasts and fiends. When Gulo Jaja heard this terrible news, first he came to drive out every last one. Yeah, that doesn't sound like they'd have reason to be angry at him. He returned. He looked slightly unsettled, but none the worse for wear otherwise. Cave is where we gather the rainbow moss used in our medicines. It is long we held sacred as a healing spot due to its tranquil scenery. I haven't been since the Great Storm, was worried that perhaps it had suffered damage in the flood. I'm glad to hear that nothing has changed. For one thing, I'm glad my friend returned safely. Had you not come along, the day may have been much darker. Zui, how said all that? Well, I do remember hearing that when our ancestors beheld the ruined figure, some of them viewed it as a terrible insult, even though they were saved. Could that grudge have been inherited by their children and grandchildren? Can't speak on such matters, but perhaps Hanu can. He is wise in our ways, and makes an effort to befriend everyone he can. Well, that's convenient that the person we just went over to talk to to complete a quest was also connected to the quest that we're actively in the middle of. Aw. It looks so pretty. It's hard to believe those feathers actually came from one of these guys. They're gigantic. The likeness? My father actually worked to repair it. He told me Dawn Servant slaughtered the beasts was swift and brutal, but left many of our shrines and homes damaged in its wake. What choice did he have? The fiends were at our door. My father and his friends agreed that it was better to be alive. At least that way they could rebuild. What's the word, Sparks? From what I heard, the Dawn Servant really did destroy that sacred figure. But it was an accident. I see. I can't say I'm surprised that some Hanu would bear a grudge. So Zilly Holly was telling the truth. Something still doesn't sit right with me, though. The Dawn Servant wouldn't simply go on a rampage and leave the Hanu to clean things up. He'd have more compassion than that. Actually, Sparks, you won't believe what happened. I was surrounded by Zulia Holly and her cronies while on my way to the shrine. They stole the crate of feathers from out my claws, saying no landsguard could have it until Nahanji gave his answer. I assume you know what they're talking about. They said if you ignore their demand, they'll burn every last feather. What? Have they gone mad? Gods be good, I'm sorry, but can you go install them for a while? There's something I must look into first. Yeah, I can install them. I know what you're thinking, Sparks. Isn't this going a little too far? I want to answer that the results shall speak for themselves. Now we simply wait and see what Nahanshi brings us. Zoe Holly and the others are waiting to the south of the shrine. Let's go there and stall them, as Nahanshi requested. Ah, it's all an act. I knew it. It's clever, though. This is another one that doesn't look right when it's so close to the ground. Stop giving you the ones that don't look good when they can't fly. God damn it. I will manually mount something. There. This one looks fine walking. It can fly, but it looks fine when it walks. I look forward to actually getting some more dailies done in the morning with Pictomancer and leveling it up a bit further. That'll be nice. Okay, there's Zula Holly. Nancy should be here soon. We were lucky to have you to spur him into action, Sparks. And while our methods may appear rather blunt to you, wait until Nahanshi speaks before you judge us. Wait quietly and hear his answer. I don't know why you make us wait so long, Nahanshi, but I hope whatever you found was worth it. I spoke with the eldest Hanu in your village. He told me the story of the Dawn Servant's visit and the destruction of the Zihad likeness, the whole story. It seems he, particularly the head of reason, was filled with anguish at the sight, and offered his deepest apologies. To make amends, he devised a way to assemble an even more robust figure from the remains of the previous one. His work was done overnight, and the head of Resolve called upon the whole village to celebrate their newfound peace. For the first time in a long while, Ihihani commenced, and the Dawn Servant was chosen to ride the sacred float. After the festivities, the Dawn Servant said that when he finally established a unified nation in Tyrol, he wanted a motif representing Zai to be among those used in his soldiers' uniforms. He declared that different tribes can forge friendships so long as they open their hearts to one another, that his nation would be one where peoples of all stripes could live in harmony. His soldiers would become a symbol of that promise. So, you can learn for yourself after all, but you have come here with that knowledge already seared into your memory. I know. I have no excuse for my ignorance, and the petulance born from it. The experience has taught me so many things. And now, with full knowledge of this history, I am filled with a much greater sense of purpose than before. I feel more keenly than ever that my duty as a land guide is to serve every corner of Tural. And to fill that duty, we must have our equipment. So please, I beg you, trust the feathers to me in good faith. Well done, I think you've passed the test. You'll be a fine soldier. Don't you agree, Hanu? What? It was a test. Yes, indeed. That was quite the moving display. My feathers were standing up straight. Thank you for looking after Hanshi during his growth, Sparks. It was my pleasure. My growth? What are you talking about? Why, this was all a performance. A performance to guide you along the path to become a worthy Landsguard. Your rite of passage is complete. So, my superiors weren't pulling one over on me. They were worried about me. I didn't realize my conduct was so concerning. Tell them what you told us, and their concerns will vanish. They'll be welcomed back with open arms. Before you do that, aren't there more places to visit, more materials to collect, and aren't the only people who love teaching lessons? Please, I don't want to think about that now. It's worried sick enough imagining what would happen if I couldn't get the feathers. Well, you've earned a bit of rest. Return to Hanu and we'll deliver the feathers to you after the priestess has blessed them. That part, at least, was no ruse. If you don't mind, I'd like to go. I feel I should offer one more prayer. Very well. Sparks, why don't you wait at Hanu? I'll bring the feathers, and I'd like to speak with you once more before you go. Very well. I shall go and wait. Ba-ba-ba-da. Now that our rite of passage is behind us, allow me to offer my thanks for all your help. I would also offer my apologies for making you party to our little deception. I would have told you everything, but I don't think the ending would have been quite so effective if I did. I agree, and I'm grateful things went the way they did. The lesson I learned here will guide me as I become acquainted with all of Tural's peoples. Speaking of which, the next leg of my journey awaits. Maybe we meet again. I shall just take this. Yay. Sure, we'll run into him again. That feels very much like one of those quests that serves as setup for the tribal quests. Which, yes, I'm still gonna call them tribal quests because I guess allied quests is what they're called now. Yeah, I thought so. I thought there were quests back here that I missed. Yep, a bunch of them. We'll do all these as well before we continue with the main scenario. Another corn servant quest. Well, if it isn't my dear friend from Tulial, I do hope your days, as well as your stomach, have been full of merriment and cheer since last we met. Glad to hear it. I was just passing through when a faint rumbling caught my attention. The ominous sound of a belly in need. How fortuitous that fate would also guide you here. Might I impose upon you to help me once more? If you could lend an ear to the poor boy's troubles, I can determine how best to lend an ear of my own. Oh God. That hurt. That hurt my very soul. Oh. Why? Why must there be puns like that? Oh, thank goodness. A capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young mumble-job mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. Someone managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. When Sir did it, my feet touched the ground, and he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I could figure out why. I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chebiuka and save him. Go. I love this game. I love all the weird names and things that they throw in. But god damn it if it isn't hard to pronounce at all. Hey, I recognize you. You're Sparks, yes. I've heard about you. Companion to the third promise? A most dependable individual. The name's Nopoli. I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these, crates of exceptionally rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They were God, they're bright! That is hard to look at. Ugh, beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue. Quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? Oh, nope, still too bright. For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low, low price of 1 pel. In the millions. It's a nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the third promise. Sorry, I clearly misheard you. It almost sounded like you said 1 million. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? Not corrupted ones. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across Assault, but they're also highly volatile. In the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental convert to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. I think they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? They really have no use. Have I, Nopoli the Lucky, been swindled? Yes, I'm afraid so. Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. Anyway, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Were you willing to help me look into the Sparks? I need someone I can trust, and that you be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. Oh, I'm willing to help. You willing to help then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tural. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystal and gauge your interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter, my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Bunawa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Cool. Hello. Huh? I don't know, first thing about... Oh. Sorry, sword wielding. It specifically said sword wielding. That's bow bearing. Stave bearing, that one by the gates is the one we need. But first... You! Hello. Say, you look like an intrepid individual. I could really use your help with something. A short ways from here, in Chamameki, exceptionally large, shall we say, overgrown, Mega Magui are known to appear. I'd like you to take one down and retrieve an enlarged bolt from its body. As for why, I'll tell you upon your return. Okay, I better make sure I don't lose track of the quests we're doing. The two most important, and the two we just took. Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a particular of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. But I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there is little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. Come from business, I'm afraid I'm much too tired right now. Strange, really. No matter how much I sleep or try to sleep, I suppose, it never seems to be enough. Despite the weird grumbling of my stomach, I have no appetite. I recognize a lover of corn when I see one. The problem, I believe, is that he eats only corn. He is exhibiting clear signs of malnourishment for lack of a well-balanced diet. Though my dominion is only over that which is corn and kerneled, there may be a way we can help him. Prepared with lime water, my corn can be enriched with additional nutrients. Behold, a rich and creamy corn soup. Surely this will help remedy what ails him. Soup. That soup will help me feel better? Oh, corn soup. It really is the best of foods. I can't get enough of it. I thought eating only corn could be bad for me. There's no denying how terrible I've been feeling lately. I suppose I'll need to be more creative with my corn cooking. Thanks for this. You've given me much to think about. I mean, you can make a very nice meal by mixing corn with tuna, pasta, and mayonnaise. That's a very nice dish. You can further enhance it with garlic, Worcestershire sauce, and paprika. Then a nice warm corn soup to warm the belly and the heart. Let this be a reminder, my friend. It is possible to have too much of a good thing, even corn. But in moderation, together with other herbs and spices and flavorings, you can enjoy a cornucopia of delectable delights. I both love and hate the corn servant. I love him because he is adorable, but I hate him because he's so punny. I believe our work here is done. But know that where there are those in need of sustenance, I will be there. Fare thee well. Come on, let me jump. Wah. Making me walk around the wall. Wah. Hello. Besides, even the mage was undressed. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. Seems you're right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost. Still, one thing I can do. Sparks, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? Of course. Where will he? Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. I must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Every moment we leave that peddler to his own devices is another opportunity for some unsuspecting traveler to be hoodwinked. We need to figure out where he's been and where he may go next. I'll ask around in watching Pelu if anyone else has had a similar run-in with disreputable merchants. In the meantime, I'd like you to find a scoundrel and keep him in your sights, whatever means necessary. We can't have him leaving before we've had a chance to sell this matter, after all. I expect he's still in Ogapacha, visiting the market to use his ill-gotten pel to stock up for his return to Eorzea. Like as not, he's inspecting the stalls at Ikovlo's Inn. Ask after a Lalafell by the name of Gigimolu. But be discreet. Once you found him, try to keep him occupied for as long as you can. Yeah. The Pelu are merchants who pride themselves on honest trade. Swindlers, they while they can swindle you out of your money, they do so in a manner that is honorable at the very least. Where is this person? Okay, I just need to figure out how to get to where he is. Again. Let's mount my company chocobo for now. Just because at least then I know what I'm getting. I will go over to a traveler to rescue in a bit. But first... there they are. Ah, well this is a pleasant surprise to think we would meet again, here of all places. You do recognize me, don't you? The merchant you spoke with on the ship, the Tuliolo? I look like to part my name to you at the time, but I shall happily rectify that now. Gigi Molo at your service. Mulo is at your service. Since my arrival on the continent, I must say business has been booming. I'll spare you the details of my most recent transaction, but suffice to say, quite a handsome sum from a most generous young merchant. Truly makes the lengthy voyage here feel worth the trouble. All that remains before I return to Eorzea is to purchase some commodities. Alas, ever since I felt the soothing waters of retreat on my skin, I can think of little else. Mere mention of it has stirred my yearning to avail myself of those hot springs once again. It's a pleasure to meet you again, my friend, but I must be going. Farewell. He's heading to the retreat to make use of the springs. Well, we might as well just catch up to him there. Nope. Bugger off to Lichu. Oh, it's you again. You follow me here? Well, perhaps you too have succumbed to the lure of these hot springs. The water is the perfect temperature, and the view, ravishing. Away seems to just melt away. I suppose I've also Cavally to thank for that. He's been a perfect attendant, taking care of my every need. I'm surprised you're still listening to me ramble on. Didn't know better. I might think you came not to enjoy springs to speak with me. Perhaps it would be best to speak with Cavally instead. Someone who truly did such an awful thing? I had no idea. He only recently began to visit these springs, and hired me to take care of odds and ends for him during his sojourns. I took him to be quite the affluent individual, the way he carries himself. My heart goes out to poor Napoli, but as a Pelu, I am quite intrigued by Iamolo's trading practices. Let me explain. Many years ago, we Pelu were looked down upon by the other peoples of Tyrol, both figuratively and literally, due to our diminutive stature. Chagrined, it is said that our ancestors decided to start wearing masks made in the image of the most powerful Tyrol Vidro, Relegamar, in order to strike fear into the hearts of all who looked upon them. Today, however, the meaning of the mask has changed. After becoming peddlers at the Dawn Servant's suggestion, the masks have come to symbolize fair transactions. Indeed, they are now proof of our reputability. Instead of focusing solely on our own profit, we endeavor to make every trade mutually satisfactory. Countless years of doing so has earned us the respect of those around us. We are now very rarely experience any belittlement. Yeah, that's fair. Yet it seems Iamolo wishes only to fill his own coffers, even at the expense of those with whom he does business. It's a shame. After what he's done, no Tyroli will wish to barter with him again, no matter what quality of import he has at hand. I will keep a close watch on him from now on. I don't want to see anyone else swindled out of their hard-earned pel. Though, given his present euphoria, I doubt he'll be doing anything of the sort anytime soon. That said, I'm sure Napoli must be anxious to hear from you. I have matters here well in hand. Why don't you return to him? I shall do so after we have... Let's see. Oh dear. Fell too far. Yeah, we're heading over to the other quests. Fair trade is definitely a noble goal. I commend the Pelu for their desire to engage in fair trade. It's too often when you see a merchant tribe in games, and instead of, believing in fairness, equality, and ensuring that everyone gets a good deal, they're often portrayed as being stingy and to be hoarding money. All right. Ah. We're under attack. Oops. Take this. Fire. Hi there. Oh, he has an act just like, Uklamat. Can't believe my eyes. You fell those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. Figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to the time of rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Oh, he's doing a good deed. Okay, I gotta go take the other quests while I'm here. Because the important ones are all accounted for. In fact, I'm gonna remove them because they'll appear on the map regardless because they're finished. But new ones that are unfinished will need to be acquired. Oh no! My chocobo! He left. Meaning either he got really badly injured, or ran out of time. Okay, that's another quest finished, isn't it? Yep. Another quest finished and ready to turn in. Ooh, that looks That looks awful, actually. Looking at it. Oh, that is too gray. The sad thing is, that is actually what the world looks like when it's foggy. It looks poorly rendered. So, if anything, it's accurate. You there, may I beg your assistance with something? I was taking a stroll through the valley the other day when I discovered coffee beans scattered in the brush. Not a coffee plant in sight. Curious got to bear me, and so I brought some back here to brew. The taste was simply exquisite. Not to acquire more, but therein lies the problem. I found the beans in Chabameki, an area south of here, known to be a territory of mountain bears. They tear me to shreds, but something tells me you could manage the trip. Here, take your smoke once to drive back the bears and bring back whatever coffee beans you can. Okay. Coffee is certainly a plant that that we brought back from the Americas, so makes sense that it's here. Oh look, an earring. Perfect. Interesting. My darling Alpi didn't spit at your approach, which can only mean she trusts you. If she does, then so do I. As such, I would ask a favor. Recently a sack of premium coffee beans was stolen from our storehouse. The thieves came in the dead of night, but I was wide awake to catch them in the act. A band of Hubigo merchants. My brave Alpi spat on their leader square in the face. Like source alive as a sick of scent, was able to track them down. They were well armed, however, so I resolved to give up on the coffee beans. A scrapping fellow like you, getting with those thieves shouldn't be a problem. So please, I beg you, go to Orankan and teach them a lesson. Yep, I can certainly do that. And then there's one more quest over there. So we'll go take that one next. Right now, we're looking for someone. There. The malodorous coffee bean thieves. Smell. I can't get rid of the smell. Who are you? God, I've had up to here today. Boys, get him. Haha. Boys, damn, you'll regret this. Nah, I don't think I will. He's a minor side quest character. I doubt he'll come up again. You've returned, and you look none the worse for wear. What a relief. Ah, precious coffee beans. Thank you so much. I knew I could trust you. Coffee's popularity continues to soar, as is a mad vert. I'm afraid incidents like this one have grown increasingly more common. Everyone's been pouring their hearts into this to make the most delicious coffee possible and give the mate tea farms a run for their money. And yet those thieves try to steal the very fruit of our labor. Bad apples, a lot of them. You know a bad apple when you see one, don't you? Apple they deserve to be spat on. Do we? Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. Man, I've taken up enough of your time. Here, a little something for your troubles. And a spoon. This is the one I need, right? Yep. We'll obviously take a look at it because we'll be able to see it. That actually looks alright. Is it on both ears? No, just the one. That's fine. Looks fine. But there we go. With that, every class has a, well, not the best options for jewelry, obviously, but they all have close to the best earrings they can get. Healing's the only one that can be upgraded further at this point. And for that, I'd need to save up a lot of tomestones. So I will be making an effort to do all the dailies that I can until I can't get anything else with tomestones. Oops, back to Machinist. The one we're leveling. I'm making good progress on. At this rate, we'll be switching over to Gunbreaker before long. Makes me happy knowing we can just change classes whenever, and no one really comments on it. Oh no, a sickly merchant. Forgive me, traveler. Might have a amount of your time. I'm a merchant from Tuliolo here on business. Felt sick as a dog ever since I arrived. The Pelu boy I hired as a guide to show me around these parts gave me one look before suddenly heading north, muttering something as he left. He was speaking too quickly for me to catch what he said, but I fear he decided me upset him somehow. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you go and offer him an apology on my behalf? Ran off towards the tea field north of here. If there's no sign of him, I'm sure someone nearby would have seen where he went. Hello there. Did I see anyone pass this way recently? Well, yes, actually, the local guide. He was getting fresh tea leaves here just a moment ago until a rather rambunctious alpaca did something to agitate him. I couldn't hold back a chortle as he chased after it. I fear he may have heard... Anyway, he was headed towards the hill northwest of here. What did he hear? Did somebody make a comment about his height? I think the alpaca was taunting him. Hey there. Who are you and what do you want? You haven't noticed I'm rather busy at present. Upset me? Why would he... Ah, I was speaking too fast again. An unfortunate misunderstanding. That merchant has a clear case of altitude sickness. It's not uncommon in those traveling to Capacha for the first time. The best cure of it, and most things, is made tea, which is why I was collecting tea leaves earlier. Once I had finished packing them into my bag as well, the pack came and snatched it. Now that I have it back, it's time to get brewing. Aw, he was being sweet. I thought he ran off to make some sort of remedy for this guy's sickness. I didn't realize it was altitude sickness, but that makes sense. When it comes to doing any sort of climbing, you need to build up your tolerance to higher altitudes by going on several climbing trips. There you are. He told me everything. It seems I mistakenly sent you on a wild alpaca chase. Forgive me. Thanks to his tea, I'm feeling much better. Mei tea is a vital source of nutrients in these highlands. I'm sure you can promote it as a nourishing potable back in the markets of Tuliolo. Why not buy some in bulk now? Ha! You're not only a talented guy, but a convincing salesman. Very well. I'll give your offer some thought. But first, let me continue our tour. Thank you again, traveler. I hope that my experience can serve as a lesson for us both to be properly prepared when journeying to high altitudes. Oh, believe me, I am already well aware of that. Both in real life and in relation to my character. Like, he has been to literally the highest locations in each country that he's visited. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that, actually, that he has literally visited the highest location in every single country. Guess it makes sense, though. I really need to adjust my chair. It's rocking weirdly, which probably has more to do with my weight than anything. I've probably broken something by mistake. Oh, right. I'm still mounted. Oops. Try and avoid that one. And then let it fly. It's not coffee, is it? It's bear poop. Your hands navigate through the sticky soil, finally grasping something solid. With it, a clump of coffee beans. So as warm to touch, is surprisingly moist. Nevertheless, you plunge your hand in and retrieve a dripping clump of coffee bean. The stench emanating from this mound of soil is veritable salt on the nostrils. Serve in the name of delicious coffee and stick your hand inside and claim one last clump of coffee beans. Yep, bear poop coffee. Why am I not surprised? The sad thing is, this is the kind of weird shit that people do in real life. That was an unintentional pun, shush. God, I really need to get my webcam working. I swear some of my body language and such will be way more entertaining if you could actually see it. Wonderful, you've your return. I'm glad to see you still have all your appendages. Tell me, were you able to find more of those wondrous coffee beans? Marvelous, thank you. Ah, but they seem to be covered in... Is that soil? Well, this appears to be dung. That would explain... Aha! As omnivores, mountain bears feed upon flora and fauna alike. Unbeknownst to us, however, seems to have developed a liking for our coffee plants and have been snacking on them in secret. Because the beans are difficult to digest, they remain whole in the bears' leavings. I suspect that while inside their stomachs, the flavor and fragrances of the plants and fruits the bears normally eat permeate the beans, diminishing their bitterness and resulting in coffee beans with a fruity, sweet flavor. Most intriguing discovery, one I couldn't have made without your help. Thank you. I dare say we have a new premium blend of coffee on our hands. Yeah, you're either going to need to breed breed less. Sorry, you're either gonna need to domesticate bears, find another animal that can produce a similar effect, or see if planting them will result in the growth giving something better. Possibly also just harvest bear poop as a fertilizer. Ugh. It's gross. It really is gross. I'm sorry. I can't deny how gross it is. Again, I know it's something we do in real life, but that doesn't change how gross it is. Ugh. Anyways. Talk to the merchant at the entrance. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamelja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries. The young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Mamelja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Tural as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. With that said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. I'll have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Nopley's over there, but I need to... Well, I'll talk to him first. He might give us another quest. Or finish up this one. What? You met Gigamolu during your voyage to Tural? A small world. In any case, thank you for lending your assistance once again, Sparks. It's reassuring to know Cavally keeping careful watch of him. As for my investigation here, it seems I'm presently Gigamolu's only victim. But I fear I won't be the last. There's no telling what underhanded trick they used to procure those wares you spoke of. And I refuse to let him besmirch all that it means to be a merchant. I have a plan, but I'm gonna need your help. I will happily help. I'd like your opinion on something, Sparks. Should word spread of Gigimolo's underhanded practices, it won't be long before there's not a soul in all Tural willing to deal with him. How do you feel about that? Serves him right. Indeed, yet it would be disappointed by such a conclusion. After all, we'd lose one of the few merchants willing to voyage across the sea to do business with us. If he is to remain a potential trading partner in the years to come, he needs to be made to see the error of his ways. I suspect a few words of warning will do little, however. He needs to be taught a proper lesson, to feel the sting of being swindled for himself. We shall make sure that he does. The Pelu way. First, we'll need a alluring piece of merchandise to serve as bait. Then, across the salt yourself, I can think of none better suited to finding something that might garner his interest. Have a look about and see what local specialties you have to offer. I should like to know if anything catches your eye. Okay, that's easy enough done. Something rare, I can think of nothing better than coffee plants. They'd surely fetch a handsome price, seeing as you most likely can't find them where you're from. Oh, you can find them there. Well, in that case, I'd like to try your coffee for myself. Yeah, that is one of the weird things, that Eorzea does actually have coffee. Even though it's not Earth, technically, so it can do whatever it wants. A local specialty that's on the rare side. How about the papatos being sold at distilleries? It's one of the few vegetables that can be cultivated at these altitudes. Yeah, we have those back home. We already have papatos aplenty in Eorzea. Ha! They'll all be. If they're popular across the salt as well, I couldn't be prouder. Oh, wait. The reason the people from the first visit to Tural brought a lot of things back and planted them locally, which is why they exist locally in the first place. Welcome back. How did you fare? A perfect specimen. This will surely make a fine mezcal. Tell me, were you aware that it was actually the people of Zaktoril who taught the Pelu how to make mezcal? They taught us to make the liquor with agave. We also learned that using the bulb of a Mega Magui gives the drink a real kick. Mega Magui would give me a real kick if I tried to procure their bulbs myself, which is why I can't thank you enough for your help. You know the batch of mezcal I make with this will be a delight. Yee. Okay, where are we at anyway? Wow. We're 5 million away from leveling up again. And you get about 1 million from every main scenario quest. So, we're doing well. If it's for a merchant, they might be interested in our traditional dolls. They're believed to be good luck for business. I carry one around myself, as it so happens. Whether or not someone unaware of its origins and significance will truly appreciate is another question entirely. That's something. I can work with that. Hey, Vapley. If you're looking for something out of the ordinary, I have to recommend an Ulan bristle hairbrush. They're good to keep your pockets free of fleas, and they help prevent skin deduction, among other things. And while you'd expect them to turn and spit on anyone tugging on their hair, they seem to enjoy the grooming. It's a simple way to help keep them healthy and happy. People can use the brushes too, obviously. The Ulan bristles help distribute natural scalp oils and strip the hair of leftover dead strands to promote a healthy scalp. It's surprisingly gentle on the skin too, so it's little wonder they've grown so popular. Rose and coffee plants do not seem like bait enticing enough to draw your most interest. The doll and hairbrush, on the other hand, may just be tantalizing enough. Report back monthly and inform of your findings. And once we complete this, we'll be one step closer. I do like the buildings around here, by the way. They're cute. Small, but cute. You have returned. I take it you found an item or two of interest? I see, an Ulan bristle hairbrush and one of our traditional dolls. I must admit, whether such a doll would truly be desirable to an outsider is a bit dubious. I think it'd be safest to go with the hairbrush. My thanks for finding a suitable bait. Normally they go for 1 pel in the 10,000 column. But to teach our pernicious peddler a lesson, I'll offer him one for 1 pel in the 100,000 column. Lest you worry, I won't actually sell it to him. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine, so he can come to understand why a fair and honest deal is so important to we Pelu. More importantly, I wish to convey something to him, merchant to merchant. What do you say? Will you lend me your aid? Yep, gladly. Thank you. Let's give Imolo an offer he can't refuse. All that remains is for me to begin my negotiations. However, even should I approach him, I expect he wouldn't be willing to bend an ear to anything I have to say. If you, a fellow Orzen, were to whisper in his ear of a merchant dealing in exotic wares you won't find elsewhere, I dare say his interest will be piqued. I expect he's still soaking in the spring, so try searching for him first. Half hour's retreat, I will join you after procuring a suitable store of hairbrushes. God, I will be happy when I can fly again. I miss flying. It just makes life so much easier when you can just go double jump and then fly over everything. Instead of having to walk everywhere. Wah. Ah well, it's gonna be a while before we can do that. But at least we've made progress. We're basically about halfway. Typically speaking, with each of these new areas. There'll be 5 in Area 1, 5 in Area 2, and 2 quests per area that will give you the currents. And the final quest in each area from the main scenario will give the final current. So typically when I get the quest that actually gives you the ether current from the main scenario, I will wait until I've completed all other quests in the area and have a full set of the ether currents, so that when I complete that main scenario quest, we can fly. It just makes it feel more rewarding, gaining the ability to fly as soon as you complete the main scenario quest. Ah, it is you again. I take it you too are unable to resist the allure of these waters. I see, and you wish to introduce me to this merchant of exotic wares? How thoughtful of you. I'm honestly surprised you remembered, but I have yet to find suitable goods to take back to Eorzea. Very well. I shall meet this merchant, but I can hardly sit at the negotiating table. A little more than being down. Pray wait for me below while I make myself presentable. Molly will be tasked with supporting Monopoly's negotiations. As the negotiations may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder. Okay, so I need to try and help make this go well. This is gonna be tough. I am not good at this kind of shit. Thank you for waiting. Now, where is this merchant you wish to introduce me to? Monopoly! I see. So, you two were in cahoots. If you come to return the corrupted crystal, I'm afraid I do not accept refunds. Didn't Sparks tell you? I'm here to make you an offer. Make me an offer? I was born yesterday. Where is your planning? I want nothing to do with it. The Pelu strive to bring others happiness through trade. Hogwash, you really expect and believe I could benefit from another deal with him? This is not only for your benefit, but that of new customers you're certain to meet in future commercial endeavors. Upon my mask, I swear it. You can swear upon whatever you like. I still won't believe you. The only thing I trust less than your words is your meager eye for quality. Any product selected by your hand is one unworthy of my stalls. I picked it out myself. You selected. Well, now that changes things. Considering your wealth of experience in both Eorzea and Tyrol, yours are eyes I can trust. I see we have your attention. Then without further ado, allow me to present to you my premium selection of high-quality alpaca hairbrushes. Bristles are firm yet supple, gentle on the scale, and exceedingly pleasant to the touch. Even the most sensitive alpacas can't get enough of it. Indeed, I dare say these brushes are of unparalleled quality. You already have brushes for livestock in Eorzea. Furthermore, the market for such a commodity would be limited to farmers, all but squandering any chance of profit. I will not purchase the product merely because it is of good quality. What if you could use it on your own hair? I must admit, as a merchant, it's important to always make oneself as personable as possible. Curious as to why you would ask. Ah, so people can use the brush as well. Then may I try it for myself? If it is a quality product for men and women of good taste, then the potential market would expand considerably. I will laugh if they change his hairstyle. Oh my, this is quite lovely, the way the bristles gently caress my scalp, each stroke gliding through my hair like a gentle breeze, and somehow every strand falls perfectly in place. My hair has never felt so soft and smooth. Okay, they did actually change his hair slightly. Yes, consider me interested. I dare say the brushes will sell themselves, those with a like-minded taste for elegance. Now let us discuss payment. By my estimation, a single brush would be worth roughly 10,000 Pel, give or take. Ah, speaking of worth, I forgot to mention one terribly important detail. The brushes are made with the hair of a creature indigenous to Tyrol, the Urlon. Specimens are painstakingly chosen for each brush by a master craftsman, paying close attention to the beast's age as well as the textures, thickness, and strength of their hair. I'd say a single brush is worth no less than 2 pel in the 100,000 column. I beg your pardon, 200,000 pel for a brush? Out of your mind. I shall take my business elsewhere. Wait, after purchasing the corrupted crystals from you, I'm in urgent need of funds. If you agree not to disclose this to anyone else, sell the brushes to you for half that price. Go so far as to offer them at half their market price. And it certainly comes as no surprise that you lack capital. I may not find a more opportune bargain. Very well, you have yourself a deal. I shall use all the pel I have on hand to purchase as many brushes as you can offer. Oh, and now we reveal the ruse. Now then, let's return to my storehouse in Pelu to finalize our transaction. I trust that it's fine with you, Kikimoto. Indeed, I shall make a short detour to XIV's inn to gather my things before joining you. Pray excuse me. Negotiations went rather well, if I do say so myself. I can't thank you enough for your assistance. But now negotiations can truly begin. We should hurry back to Pelu as well. Yeah, I'm not walking. Are you mad? That would have been an insane walk. There you are, Sparks. Now that we're all assembled, let's continue our discussion. What is there to discuss? The deal is already agreed upon. All that remains is the exchange of goods. Are you sure? Even though I told you that the actual value of a brush is a single pel in the 10,000 column? What? You deceived me! Oh no, nothing of the sort. I merely followed your example. I personally believe that a single brush is worth 2 pel in the 100,000 column. I also urgently needed funds after purchasing those crystals, but more importantly, the brushes are of unparalleled quality. To think I would be outfoxed a man I took for a fool. Yet why tell me its true value now? To remain silent, you could have made back all the money you lost. I find that a strange question. Are we not both merchants? Rather than prey on one another, hoping to make our fortunes in a single exchange, would it not be mutually beneficial for us in the long term to become trade partners? As far as I'm concerned, this is a chance I can't afford to let slip away. Foreign merchants willing to sail all the way to Tural are few and far between. Certainly won't have the wherewithal to travel to USA myself anytime soon. After all I've done, you would ask to be my trade partner? I plan my trade in a city called Ul'dah, where the unspoken rule of business is to deceive or be deceived. To seize what opportunities you can and quickly move on. Long-term profits have ever been the furthest thing from my mind. When I first saw you in Oppley, I could sense your naivete. Thus did I approach you with a mind to exploit it, and palm my worthless corrupted crystals into your eager hands. At the time I thought it simply business as usual. Yet I am wholly embarrassed by the thought of it now, that you would use the same ploy against me, and for even greater profit, makes it all the more shameful. Napoli, I am truly sorry for deceiving you. I will return all the money I took from you and make what amends I can for the trouble I've caused. I don't deserve your forgiveness, let alone your partnership, but if you're certain that is the best course. I am, but forget about the money. I'd like you bring back more of those corrupted crystals. If I can find some use for them, we'll have a product that can be easily sold for a premium. We can corner the market here in Tural. I am happy to oblige. It's time that the crystals become profitable here. I could not proceed in good conscience without a product we can both benefit from. If it pleases you, I'd like to explore our options. Cool. Yay. We help form a trade partnership. I could have convinced Gigimolu without your help, Sparks. Together, I believe he and I can bring others happiness through trade in not only Tural, but Eorzea and beyond. I prepared a small gift for you to show my thanks. Though it is hardly enough, I hope this is of some benefit to you during your travels. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to find me. Well then. That was nice. And that's all the quests in these areas, so back to Tuliolol, where I shall make a stop at the market board to buy what I need for my chocobo. Let's see, where is the market board anyways? Oh, right beside the Bayside Bevy Marketplace Ethers thing. I might as well as not have to walk there. Okay, so let's see. Market board. Down here. Now, if I remember correctly, it's a type of onion that I need. I think it's a Thavnarium one. Yeah. Jesus Christ, these are expensive. However, wait, before I do that. Do I actually have any? Oh, one of my people has some. I don't need to buy any. I should just go get them out of the inventory. And just hold on to them so that I can feed them to my chocobo whenever I need them. There it is. Yeah, I think I purposely made an effort to go and buy as many as would be needed to finish leveling my chocobo. Or as many as I could buy at the time. Anyways, now that we have that. Wooklamat. Hi, look at us. The contest has barely begun, and we already have 2 keystones. Surely my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Ah, and here we go with a quest that's a bit higher leveled. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Gulu Jaja's journey, as per the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Let's visit the giants next. Like Krau said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yakui is in the upper reaches of Okapoko. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around. Through Kazamak. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of we wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in a storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course. Who do you take me for? As your guide, I will see to the arrangements. It's gonna be airship, probably. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. Which that statement confirms to me that the Hanu were meant to be visited second. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of the Wajamek, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Yeah, I'm not gonna try and pronounce that any further than I already did. Let's go then. Ready? The markets of Watch are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bevy. Oop, there's one bit of conversation on our way there. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best taco in Tuyal, this place sits at the top with Zabali of tea. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat old Brook Evo's food. Come by mine for a change. Sorry, Tisol. It's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. We're gonna wrap up soon, I think. My, the Third Promise. How may I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Rupley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Yeah, something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Charles' most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Sparks, a great adventurer, recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have reason to visit sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand and center of trade. A pleasure to meet you. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. He was on the ship over here, I think. Yep, there he is, alright. Oh dear. Ugh. A joy maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fontaine. Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Now then, why are you here? Oh yeah, that is to say... Oh, off he goes. We're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. I get a feeling that this is going to lead to the actual unlocking of the role quests for Carbon, for all the disciplines of hand and land. Which will be good. Do do do. He should be around here somewhere. We'll try going downstairs in case he's snuck down here. Don't see him on this side of the beach. Where's he hiding? There we go. Gotcha. Hey, Fontaine, what's up? You are conversing with Master Robley, but wait, we met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Why'd you run off like that? Did you have business with Robley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain, do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolala, I worked as a goldsmith. Compared to the masterpiece of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. He worked as an artisan somewhere, but was bad. Okay, lost all my confidence, crippling doubt it possessed me. Even in bravado I tried to put forth, soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet, as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. Therefore, a man wallowing in the wreckage of his own ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? A feeling terribly inadequate compared to your really superior peers? Oh, you put it that way, Not me. I'm Wilkamat, third promise of Tuliolong. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. What of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleague and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others, would be more accurate. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming goldsmith? Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients. Admired him deeply for it. In the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted to spread joy through my craft, as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. Giving a bow to the princess, and then running off. What is truly important. Okay, the quests have now progressed to a point where they're higher leveled. Sorry, Sparks, I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine's giving himself another chance. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually going to talk with Robley. Yes, let's go see indeed. I do love the little animations of people going about their lives. It makes the whole world feel a lot more lively. And yeah, I'm back to being a Viper. We now have quests that could potentially lead to the first duty of the expansion, because we are level 91. And the quests we're receiving are also at that level. So we'll have to level up Machinist another way. It was kind of you come, but you needn't worry, I found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fonjontaine. I am a goldsmith from Ul'dah in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Megi, if you would have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Megi is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. You start tomorrow? Yes. Yes, of course. Must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak to me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and wait. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachu McMing artisan. Ah, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fonjontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Aaronville waiting. Ah. I was hoping that at this point we'd unlock the next thing, but apparently not. We're gonna take a ship, aren't we? Now we're taking... Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. What is that? It's a Punuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now Punutis. We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. Yeah, we certainly should. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Ugh. Well, I'll go, and fighting still rages between the clans. The inhabitants of Kosovo rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. The vessels see little use with Thrall now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remained. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. Ah, I see. I only say I have explanation for why we're not using a dirigible yet. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Ah. Kona! La Mattia. Traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Of course! I knew it! I fucking knew it! Tancred and Urianger, what are you doing here? I knew all along that the reason they were here at all was that they were helping one of the other competitors. I fucking called that, you fucking bastards. Oh, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better recruit to my cause. I contacted Scholark, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must both proven survival skills and master of the arcane arts. Thus, Tancred and I received a summons. My own studies concentrated on technology, which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you 2, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliol spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but is surprisingly... But enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kuna, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. Rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the punity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away as far from the boat as possible. Okay. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, though it may be wise to have at least one of us stay up front with Erenville just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my Pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Crowd will stand on guard with Sparks. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. But I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. She's gonna be tank and DPS. He's DPS and healer. She's pure DPS. Let the hunt begin. And here comes the first duty. Oh, that is gonna be a fun way to start things up next time around. Just going straight into the next duty. For now, though. This is a good spot as any to actually stop for today. I'm pleased with how much progress we've made. I do look forward to trying that quest out next time. And... Oh, this has been fun. Honestly, FF4 so far, Dawntrail's great expansion. And I look forward to seeing how it all goes. But for now, that's where we call it. I don't feel like raiding out, so yeah. Hope everyone had a good time, and look forward to seeing you all in the next video. Until then, I've been Sparks. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Bye.